status, I'm a big dog, bet. I pull up on the block in a big Corvette, yeah. Ride around the city with a stick all black, yeah. Try with a stove, but we ain't with all that, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Made $1 million and I can't go back. Got a lot of jewelry on me, man, can't hold that. So ask him better, tell him that I ain't so crack. Know your money long when your people can't afford that. I'm ballin', yeah. My mama told me that did my calling. I keep that stick, I don't do no brawling. Open out the doors and let them all in here. Yeah, they all in here. Ooh, big dog. We come back to town, so we big dog. Heavy petty, gonna break my wrist off. I'm young out of rocket, about to live, dog. 3, 2, 1, I got big dog status, I'm a big dog, bet. I pull up on the block in a big Corvette, yeah. Ride around the city with a stick all black, yeah. Try with a stove, but we ain't with all that, yeah. Big dog status, I'm a big dog, bet. I pull up on the block in a big Corvette, yeah. Ride around the city with a stick all black, yeah. Try with a stove, but we ain't with all that, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Fall in line, yeah. We got sticks like a Columbine, yeah. Running up the dollar signs, yeah. Ain't no hiding from them hollow kinds, yeah. Bring up like the Taliban, that's my paper, don't you bottom mine, yeah. Heavy patty, come me break my wrist off, yeah. Phew, yeah. Lift off, I got big dog status, I'm a big dog, bet. I pull up on the block in a big Corvette, yeah. Ride around the city with a stick all black, yeah. Try with a stove, but we ain't with all that, yeah. Big dog status, I'm a big dog, bet. I pull up on the block in a big Corvette, yeah. Ride around the city with a stick all black, yeah. Try with a stove, but we ain't with all that, yeah. going down. It's going down, 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 down. It's going down, down, it's going down, it's going down.
Since 1966, we have viewed walls not as obstacles, but as opportunities. From the big walls of Yosemite to the high peaks of the Himalaya, we were searching for a personal kind of freedom. In this pursuit, we found a community, strengthened by different stories, experiences, and perspectives. This community has shown us that the only way forward is together.
Got nothing better to do. Might as well go climbing, right?
Remember when no dream was too big? And you could fearlessly face the unknown. you still can. When you have a rock you can depend on for life, you'll be unstoppable. Like the millions of people who rely on Prudential for financial planning and investing. Who's your rock?
We fight the battles no one hears about.
We drop into the middle of firefights to rescue others.
And act as one-man air traffic control towers.
We're the ones who go before all others. Join the fight.
Whether you're alpine climbing or cragging after work, Gnarly Nutrition is here to help you push your possible.
Focus on fueling like you focus on your next set. Fuel with Gnarly Nutrition and push your possible.
To the 2022 USA Climbing National Team Trials presented by YETI. Tonight is the Bouldering Finals competition, and we are coming to you live from Stone Summit Climbing and Fitness in beautiful Kennesaw, Georgia. Welcome back, everyone. We're so happy to be here. I'm Megan Martin, joined by Alex AJ Johnson, and we are back in competition, Bouldering Finals. There's a huge crowd here tonight. The athletes get to climb without masks. We're super excited.
A lot of really cool things coming together for this event. First time we are back without masks, and first time we're allowing a crowd, which is awesome. I think, especially as a competitor, it's really awesome to feed off of a crowd. So,
quick look at our athletes lining up before they get their route preview of the boulders. But you might notice throughout this competition that we're missing a few people that you've seen before, and that is because we do already have athletes that were pre-selected for the national team, and that's Brooke Rabbit-Two, Natalia Grossman, Nathaniel Coleman, and Sean Bailey. So they are already on that USA team, and they'll be able to compete in the World Cups.
So we have 5 spots on the U.S. team, but because all 4 of these athletes are already pre-qualified, there's technically only 3 spots up for grabs here tonight.
So for the finals round tonight, it's a little different from semis just in terms of the clock. They still have 4 boulders, but this time they'll only have 4 minutes to complete those boulders, and 4 minutes goes really fast, which is why they have that preview. Tops are always king. That's what you want in order to be successful and hopefully make your way onto that podium, and there are 6 men and 6 women competing tonight. Quick look at the athletes getting into their preview. Now, they are allowed to touch those starting holds. Those are the only holds they're allowed to touch to try to get a sense of how they want to start. And if you notice, there's those 4 pieces of tape, which make the athletes have to have a limb per piece of tape. So in any orientation you want, but they have to coordinate with those tapes. So if you look at women's number 1 right now, there's 3 pieces of tape on that first hold and 1 on the other. So 3 limbs need to touch 1 hold and 1 limb touch the other in order to have a valid start.
We got some insider info from the setters looking at this.
We
boulder,
just did, actually.
It'll be interesting to see if any of these ladies figure out that you flip upside down and go feet first.
Which is something we were kind of unsure of when we were first looking at it. But the semi-round was so awesome, and we're going to give you a look at how some of the athletes did. And Chloe Koskoy was a huge standout, absolutely crushing the semifinals round, did all 4 boulders, and only took 6 tries to do them all. And she was in the Bouldering Nationals finals in 2020, but she's been looking to get back in a final here, and she's in a great spot.
Stellar performance. In second place is Kylie Cullen. Really good showing at team trials last year. She spent the season doing World Cups and I think had some really good showings. Also podium at nationals. Also did all 4 boulders in 7 attempts. So of the 6 women in finals, 5 did all 4 boulders. So it was a really, really close round.
And here's a quick look at those standings. As you can see, like AJ was saying, 5 of the women did all 4 boulders. And then Quinn Mason there was able to do 3 boulders, so a very high topping round. So we'll have to see if they can replicate that performance in the finals tonight. But it's definitely going to be really close. A lot of talented athletes with a lot of experience between them all. And then another person to look at here is Colin Duffy. He had a really stellar semifinals round after coming off of a kind of disappointing qualifier. He was able to do all 4 boulders and absolutely run away with that round of competition. So as an Olympian, he's got that pressure and he wants to make that team again and get more of those World Cups under his belt to be the best competition climber he can be. And he's well on his way, so we'll have to see if he ends up on that podium here later tonight.
Another standout from semis was Ross Fulkerson, also an outstanding performance at last year's team trials, so he's looking to make the team again and go back to do more World Cups this year. Really cool to see him on top of his game too in proper form. I know he's been working really hard. He had 3 tops. Colin was the only one with 4 tops, so Ross had 3 and a couple other guys had 2.
And these were the standings when we left you earlier today in the semifinals. And if you look at that 6th place spot, there was a change after we ended our broadcast. There was an appeal made by Charlie Barron, and he won his appeal on men's number 2. It was questionable whether he had control or didn't have control. And per the rules, you have to hold that stable position in order to get control. There's no time regarding that, and when he made that appeal, they gave it to him, and so he is now in his very first final, which is really exciting to see him out here in his very first bouldering final at a huge national event.
He works hard. He trains in Salt Lake. Yeah, super cool to see him in the final.
And he's been in 7.
And that would have been the absolute hardest judging call.
It's such a hard judging call. I don't even know. See, we were talking about judging earlier, actually, in the semifinal round, and it's stressful. It's hard to make those calls. And at the end of the day, he got all the way up that boulder regardless. So awesome to see him in the final. And good for him for sticking up for himself and making that appeal when he felt like he was in control. How can we know?
Right.
We're on the ground. We only know what he feels. So really cool to see that happen. And now the athletes are still running through their preview. Moving from boulder to boulder, they're kind of all over the place for this final tonight. And again, there was a nice little high five there. We're gonna start with the women tonight, and then the men will follow later, but the men are still previewing at the same time so that we can move into that men's competition later really smoothly. A lot of these boulders, when we were looking at them earlier, they have a lot of difficult moves, interesting body positions that the athletes are going to have to find themselves in. And a lot of them really aren't that straightforward, to be honest. So I think we're in for a good show tonight. And
they do look intricate.
Yeah, totally intricate. And we were talking to Ian McIntosh earlier, who's going to join us during the men's round. But basically, with all of these boulders, there's intended ways they want them done, but there's also many different iterations of how you could do that. So the climbers can get as creative as they want in order to make something work. So I'm excited to see how creative they get.
Something to note, I think, in our sport still is this sequencing together and beta miming together. There's a lot of camaraderie in our sport still, and even though it is a competition and these guys everyone is competing against each other for one of these 3 coveted team spots, everyone's sequencing together. There's still like friendship, and you're really competing against the route setters and the obstacles they put on the wall for you.
Not even the route setters, you're just competing against the boulder, right?
Yeah.
And what else is cool is the fact that a lot of them train together, so they have these really good relationships, and you can see it here as they preview. But also a quick look at the route setters, watching the previews, seeing if the climbers are picking up on anything already just from the ground. I don't know about you, AJ, but for me, you always have an idea of what you want to do, but then sometimes you get on the wall and it feels completely different. So.
Totally. Your body wants to do what might be the right thing. In your head, you sequence something totally different, and your body's like, no, we're doing this. And it ends up working out.
Like, okay.
Sometimes it ends up working out.
Going for it. Women looking at number 3. And right there on your screen, you can see Ian McIntosh. Wow, I totally butchered that. McIntosh. The back of his head there as he's watching the climbers preview, and he'll be joining us later in the booth to drop a little knowledge on some of these boulder problems that they've prepared for the climbers today. I mean, the setting crew worked so hard, and to set all of these boulders and have to forerun them all, it's an exhausting job.
They look outstanding. Honestly, this is, of the 3 rounds of boulders we've seen, these look the coolest to me for sure.
And very in the style of what you would see in World Cups. Mm-hmm. So it'll definitely show who could be most prepared to be doing more World Cups.
Yeah.
Nice slap on the volume there. Ben actually is already trying to check out the edges. And speaking of World Cups, there are some World Cups coming to Salt Lake City.
There sure are.
May 20th to 22nd is that first Bouldering World Cup, followed by the Paraclimb World Cup, May 24th through 25th, and then May 27th to 29th, the World Cup for Bouldering and Speed will all be in Salt Lake. And we hope you join us. AJ lives there.
I do.
I'll be commentating. Really excited to be back in Salt Lake.
Back to back.
It was back to back. It was so nice last year. I had a blast. Can't wait to do it again.
Also, with the World Cups being in Salt Lake, we get extra quota spots. So anytime you're a host country for a World Cup, we get additional spots. So it won't just be the women who qualify tonight. We'll get a couple extra bonus spots. So a couple of the girls who didn't make finals, Cece, that's the only one I can think of right now, 7, 8, 9, 10, will all also be eligible for Salt Lake.
Exactly. And in reality, the U.S. is really starting to become a powerhouse when it comes to World Cup international competitions, which is so cool because, especially when you and I were competing, that was not really the case. Our teams weren't formed the way they're formed now. There wasn't the same kind of instruction. So it's been so cool to see how everyone's grown and really come into their own. And I can't wait to see how it all plays out in Salt Lake. I mean, last year was incredible. We had both Natalia and Brooke on the podium together, as well as Sean and Zach were both in finals. It was awesome.
The U.S. team has come a long way. Super cool to see.
And the athletes are going to go back into isolation and get ready to start this competition. Can't wait to see what happens. And again, we're starting with the women. So up first will be Quinn Mason, and we'll have to see if she can figure out women's number 1. I'm really excited to see.
I'm excited too. I'm really curious.
First beta to see if it's something that she sees right away or not.
Yeah.
To me, it was a little cryptic for sure.
Because we didn't read it that way.
I was like, what? Also, when we were first looking at it from the screen, there were all these holds we hadn't seen until we went over there. So they always like to do the blend-in colored holds as well to make sure you really have to be paying attention.
A lot of really secret giblets.
Oh, so many secret giblets. This is a look at women's number 1. You see that zone hold marking the first place where you can actually get points. And actually on the left side of that, there is a small red hold. As on the third of those volumes, there's a yellow hold that's going to be really important. The giblet, as we were referring to it. And that last move is another one of those big windmill moves that is going to be really aggressive. The top hold is supposed to be good enough, is what Ian said. I was like, is it good? He said good enough. So we'll have to see if the women think that top hold is good enough.
Good enough. This is, yeah, I'm so curious to see if anyone sequenced feet first.
Yeah, so the feet first part is going into the zone off of that blue crimp. You're supposed to kind of get a heel toe cam, which we'll be able to explain a little bit better once the women start climbing. If you are new to watching the sport of climbing, heel toe cam probably doesn't sound like it makes sense. So we'll get there.
A heel toe cam is when you cam your heel into your toe.
Yeah, but a new person in climbing doesn't even know what a cam is. So.
Into a tight space.
You kind of jam your foot in a way, but different from the jamming we saw earlier.
That's true.
We'll see if anyone can demonstrate it for us. Looks like we're going to get underway soon as Al is prepping the crowd for Quinn Mason's first boulder. Oh, getting really psyched for everyone. And that was Al just doing what he does best as the master of ceremonies, so to speak.
I emceed with him in Salt Lake, and it is so much harder than commentating.
It is 1,000 times harder than commentating.
People don't laugh at your... I don't know if people are laughing at my jokes on the live stream because I can't hear or see them, but if you drop a joke on the mic to a live crowd and they don't laugh, it's really embarrassing.
Full disclosure, that happened to me earlier when I had to give a speech to the climbers, so I feel ya. And with that, the time has started for Quinn Mason, and let's see if she can figure out quickly what to do on this first boulder for the women. Already off to a great start, reading those toe hooks really well. Now this is where she's going to have to get that cam. Looks like she read it perfectly.
Right away.
Really good.
I wonder if she sequenced it that way or if she
though.
just sensed it.
She might have sensed it, but I think she's usually really comfortable going feet first on things, so lucky for her, but it looks like her foot was really kind of stuck in there. Good thing she got it out. That camming position that she was in before. Now, this is one of those boulders that, if you can, you don't want to have to try it too many times because it is very physical. Not just in terms of your muscles, but also she just had to kind of knee scum there, so that's hard on her skin. Let's hear a little bit from Quinn when she talks about performing in front of a crowd.
Well, I think most of the athletes feel the same. It's really nice to just have it feel like a show because a lot of us, I think, identify as comp climbers and performers, and it's about putting on your best performance, and it's hard to perform sometimes when you feel like nobody's watching. So having the crowd is very special, and yeah, it's really nice to have that back after a few years of it missing. So.
very
inspiring
accurate.
words from Quinn Mason. I totally agree as well. The crowd always makes you a little more psyched. Though I will say, I think the crowd hasn't been around enough recently to where they've kind of forgotten that they can cheer and be loud. We need to definitely get them to be a bit louder. Back into that toe
so
cam.
Strenuous.
Yeah,
And it
hurts my
like it's
ankle.
pulling your shoe off a little bit. So you do the move and it loosens your shoe, and then you have to try to like use your like precision footwork back with your shoe a little loose.
Unless you can find a second to tighten it somehow. We've definitely seen people do that. I think Colin Duffy last year fixed a Velcro strap during team trials.
He did.
On the lead route. Ooh, she was in a much better position that time, but still not finding that right body position to get into that next hold with the little yellow screw-on hold that we're referring to as a giblet. Looked like her hips were a little bit too out to make that happen on that attempt. Still has enough time to get back up there, but again, it's a very strenuous boulder. Don't want to waste too much energy, especially knowing you have 3 more boulders. You can already tell she's getting a little bit tired, not able to find that position as easily as she did before. Probably going to wait for the clock to hit a minute or even possibly 50 or 45 seconds before she gets back on.
That strategy really came into play in the old World Cup format when we used to do 4 minutes plus, and we don't do that anymore. It's a hard clock, so when it hits 0, your time is up, but we used to have a 4 minute plus rule where if you got on before the time was out, you could stay on and give one last go, and it got, I would say, abused. And people get on in a really comfortable start position and rest for 7 minutes.
It's definitely a good thing that they took that away. Just not able to get back in there again. Good effort, though, for Quinn Mason. She did get that zone hold, so points on the board.
One, right?
Yes, zone and 1. And points on the board are always really important. And your first try is always the most important as well. So the only thing she could have done better than that is a top on her first try, but a zone is great. Nice little high five there with Adrian Akiko. Again, that camaraderie in climbing is something that is so special, and it's great to see that climbers can keep that going in such a highly competitive sport.
I think she's our youngest athlete in finals.
16? She's 17.
17.
But for the women, her and Kylie are the same age. But yeah, 17, super young. I was talking to her
field
earlier.
all around.
It's a very young field. I was talking to her earlier, and team trials last year was like one of the first big events she competed in. So it's awesome to see how much she's grown in a year in terms of her climbing ability and her confidence on this stage. It's big leaps in a year.
Yeah,
she made
absolutely.
the final at Bouldering Nationals. I'll see. Not going with that feet first method yet, but good save.
That really makes me feel like Quinn didn't sequence it. Because the body position sets you up to want to go feet first.
Exactly.
Because the toe hooks aren't that good. There's no other feet on the wall. And the way that that hold is facing, it makes you want to go feet first. It's intuitive. But I think if they didn't sequence that, maybe they'll be able to feel it.
And exactly, that Adrian is making that happen as well right now. Except she's not seeing the toe cam yet, but she'll probably find it. Looks like she's going to find it. There we go. And she got both feet, and that's actually what Ian was saying. I think that gets you in a more secure position.
To be really flexible to be able to cam both feet in there and do that, like sit up. Like, I feel like if you can't touch your toes, it would be hard for you to get up into the
Though I
position.
will say, sometimes your body can do things on the wall that you can't necessarily do without being on the wall. Like, I think I can get into a split better on the wall than I can just trying to do it on the ground. Really good fight there, but at least she knows what to do now. She knows the method, and to figure that out on her first try, she could rest a bit longer and then just really go for it.
A lot of time has ticked down with just one attempt here. She's already halfway through.
The 4-minute clock is real. It's
fast.
a game changer.
She spent a lot of time on the wall too, so that she's probably going to be feeling that in these next couple attempts. What's nice about this format, doing one boulder at a time, is you get to go back into ISO and rest for upwards of 20 minutes. You know, it's not this like 4 minutes on, 4 minutes off like it was, or 5 on, 5 off like it was in the first 2 rounds. You get 4 minutes on and then sometimes 20 minutes off, and it's really, really nice because you can feel totally beat down by a boulder and go back into ISO and almost like feel like you fully recovered.
Which is necessary since they did a round of 4 boulders earlier today. Choosing to do that knee scum there this time, but right into the feet first method, getting those double heel toe cams. It's really smart actually. She like pushes her foot up with the inside leg. Her creativity is really good with climbing. It's been really fun to watch how she goes about figuring out sequences. Again, just falling out of it there just shows you how exhausting this boulder problem is. That's why it's so important to get as far as you can on those first attempts.
A lot of core on this boulder too. First you're toe hooking and then you're doing this foot above the head thing. A lot of core.
You can see she's definitely exhausted at this point. Going to choose to not do another attempt. She just mouths, I'm done. And again, when they have that preview time, now they're not guessing, oh, what could my next boulder be? They actually know. So you can conserve energy, be a little more strategic than you can when you're not in a round where you don't have a preview. So same score as Quinn Mason with that zone in one attempt for Adrian Akiko.
Maya's been having a really good event. Qualified a little low, but smashed in semifinals today, and I think she's really looking to get back on the team. She podiumed at Nationals.
And she was on the lead team last year, but she's never been on the bouldering team, so this has always been a huge goal for her. So if she can keep it together and make it through this round, having placed third at Bouldering Nationals, it will put her in a good position to make that USA team, which, because both competitions matter. They give you ranking points that put you in a position to get on the team. So she's in a really good spot if she can just keep it together here. I really don't think they sequenced this with the feet first at all. It's kind of cool, actually, that it's just playing out that way. Because she's going to go
from
right
watching,
hand. Oh,
it
right.
really
I
doesn't
thought you could do it this way, actually.
This is how we sequence it. Strong.
So
really
strong. Which is going to take a lot of energy, but if she can do it in just the one try. Now, the only caveat is she hasn't gotten to the zone yet, but now she has.
Sick.
Really nice climbing from Maya, and she's in a really nice position. Fighting. Just got to get on that giblet.
A little higher.
There we go. Now setting up for this really aggressive windmill move. Probably will want to get her right hand in so that she can get a drop knee higher on that zone hold, but she's going to go for a minute anyway. Uh-oh. She might be bleeding, to be honest. That's one thing about a lot of these holds is they're so textured, so it's really hard. Even if she's not bleeding, I'm sure her skin is so thin after 2 rounds of aggressive boulders on really textured holds. So with every time you're on the wall, you're just hoping that your skin doesn't start bleeding.
Right. It's different from a rock split too. It's like ground away, like holding your fingers
it's
up
like
to
taking a nail file
Yeah.
and just filing the tips of your fingers for hours.
It's not a cut. It's blood is seeping through the pores of your fingertips.
Honestly, the
It's
worst
so
thing
gnarly.
ever. and then in reality, for the next few days, you can't even touch anything.
No,
everything
especially
hurts.
anything hot, like a
oh
hot plate.
my gosh, it's the worst. You're like having coffee and you accidentally touch the mug, then you drop it and break it because you burn yourself. Really smart for her to take some time. She definitely had to use a lot of energy to get where she was, and she climbed through that middle section in a very difficult way.
A lot of work for no reward, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, getting zone 1 is going to be really, really important, but to do all of that work and muscle fatigue to get up to the top and fall, it feels like a lot of work for nothing. Speaking from experience.
She's definitely only going to get on this boulder one more time, barring any like random slip at the very beginning, because in order to save energy for the boulders and the rest of the round, and because it takes so much energy, it's really smart for her only to take the 2 attempts. The other thing is she knows she can get back up there. When you've been at the top of a boulder, it's best to just take a moment, really run through what you did too, because sometimes when you're on your first attempt, it's hard to remember exactly what you did because it just kind of worked for you. Nicely into that zone again. She looks really fresh still, honestly.
Strong, yeah. And those pinches are bad, and the texture's...
Now she's got it coming in, and now she needs to get that right foot up. She's trying to get... Oh, she doesn't like how it feels, though. See if she... I think she wants to get more of like a drop knee if she can, but it doesn't look like she likes it.
Or a heel hook or something.
Oh, a heel hook
doesn't
could
feel
be a good option.
Yeah.
Just touching it again. Really good effort from Maya Madere. Like you said, AJ, a lot of work for no reward there with that top, especially when you touch the top hold.
You come so close and then walk away with nothing.
But she still has 3 boulders. So.
Totally. And it's not over till it's over. We've seen rounds completely turn around on the very last boulder.
The most important thing is to just keep that calm, open head to be able to, like, problem solve, find the body positions. Because if you get too in your head and think it's over, that's when it really just is over. Mental game, man.
I've totally crumbled before the last boulder and then the last boulder made all the difference.
Melina Costanza stepping up for women's #1. Another athlete who's just been on a tear in terms of competition climbing. Took some time away from it, but was previous to that a very successful youth competitor on the national team for youth climbing many, many times. And she was the national champion in bouldering in November. So she is looking to make that U.S. team. She hasn't made it on the adult circuit before, so this would be really big for her to have a chance to go and do all of the World Cups.
Are they sequenced the foot first right away, or?
There we go. Good flip. Watching this, but it looks like a better position.
Does it? Oh, does it look like a better position?
Oh no! Oh, that killed my knee. It'll be really smart for her to probably run that clock down to a minute. She just needs to figure out what she's going to do at the top. The rest of the boulders she climbed beautifully. Man, I hope she has strong knees. I don't know about you, but that drop knee absolutely killed me.
No, that looked so gnarly.
Oh. I do agree. I think if you could get a heel hook on the right side, that might be the better method, because then at least you can kind of use your momentum to like pop out of it more. I feel like that drop knee keeps you sucked in, but then it limits your movement and your momentum.
Ian said the finish hold wasn't that bad, but
Melina had some cool things to say earlier about what it means to her to make the team, or the possibility of making the team. So let's listen to that really quick.
To make the national team, for me, it would be an opportunity to travel around the world, to be with some of these people on the U.S. team, which would be amazing, and then to be able to go to all the World Cups, to be able to be in that environment, I think would just be a completely next level opportunity and experience in general, and I think that would be amazing.
Nice little reminder about how important this competition is and what you can really gain if you make that team, that opportunity to be able to compete internationally and grow your climbing career and your abilities. It's a big deal.
She's been really next level all year, absolutely smashing everyone in Albuquerque. Plenty of time.
Definitely plenty of time, but she did something different that time. So that's what I was talking about earlier. Sometimes you do a minor thing differently the second time, just because the first time it was so smooth and you didn't necessarily catch what you did.
Right. You kind of black out.
And you come down and you're like, wait, I've done this move before. Now what am I doing? Definitely has the core strength to get back up here again. We've seen a lot of the women struggle to get into the toe hook again because it takes so much out of you. But Melina, like you said, has been training extremely hard and definitely prepared for the physicality of this competition. Nice nice little knee scum there. Ooh, that looks
better for sure.
Except now her leg was in a really awkward position again. You know, the other thing is her legs are very long as well. Ooh, this looks good. Although, I don't know, getting that momentum out of there, you can't really generate so much in that position. Again, so close to a top. Both Melina and Maya just touching the top hold, but not being able to get on it. But again, another zone in one try, which right now is looking really important.
Mm-hmm.
Really
Attempts
nice
to zone will be
climbing.
crucial, especially if they have to go to countbacks.
Very crucial. Kylie Cullen stepping up to women's #1. I feel like she's really good with feet first climbing in general, like toe hooks, heel hooks, toe cams. Footwork is pretty high in her skill set, so I don't find that this middle section would be too much of a problem for her. It'll be just trying to figure out like
The beast in
between
the end section.
Yeah.
I wonder if
also-
it'll make a difference size-wise too. If she's a little smaller, if she can fit in that box better.
That's true. I mean, she is 5'5". Yeah, she's 5'5", but with a +5.
Plus 0.5. Is it plus 0.5?
No.
Oh no, that's Adrian.
It's +5. She got long arms. Yep, right into that heel toe cam. And again, she just looks very comfortable here. Another funny thing about climbing in general is when people do it well, it looks very easy. But it is extremely hard, everything that everyone's doing here tonight. Oof.
Good save.
That was a really good save. If it doesn't work out on, I was going to say, if it doesn't work out on this attempt, she might want to figure out a different method there.
Right, super powerful.
Because, yeah, that's not something you can keep repeating over and over. It's interesting because the knee scums, so I always like to compete in leggings just because it really can
I still have
bang
scars
up your knees.
all
Yeah.
over my knees from past events, knee barring in shorts on volumes.
Very painful. Again, just imagine taking a nail file and just like going back and forth on your knee.
Until you bleed.
10 out of 10, don't recommend. She's going to get on a little earlier than I thought, actually. No, she is only 17, so she's got a lot of energy.
Still witness the fitness of the teenagers here.
Conserving energy is extremely important because you have 3 more problems after this. Now, because they got to preview, they know which angles are going to be a little lower angle and not require as much power, so they can kind of prepare in a more strategic way. But you can really see how overhung that wall is, so it is extremely taxing. And for her, I think waiting till a minute would be a great idea.
Yeah, I feel like especially with this one, 2 really good goes will still absolutely zap you, and 3 I think might be like pretty detrimental.
Yeah, it's
some of these
likely
other
that your
boulders.
goes aren't as efficient and as successful if you do too many of them. You know, that middle section's a little trickier than I realized. It's because it's those long pinches. It's almost like tufas, honestly. It kind of gives that ability to have so many ways to do it that it's just so confusing because there are a lot of body positions that feel right, but then they might not actually be the best way to go about it. She's so on the right side of it that it's hard to get over, but this knee scum looks like it would be good. Very nice. Now she has to flip that right hand in order to come. Oh, instead of flipping, she tried to come down, which is a little more aggressive.
Oh, wow.
She's going to go for
it. Risky. Oh, no, she's not. Okay.
Oh.
I would advise against that.
Just pretending that she was going to get back on, but nice attempts from Kylie Cullen. Zone in one attempt, which seems to be the common theme on this boulder so far. So to see if our next athlete, Chloe Koskoy, can get it done. Now, one thing that I think is really helpful on this boulder is being able to get into those scrunchy positions and like kind of grovel your way out of them, and I feel like Chloe is actually really, really good at that. Like,
She's
this is
very good at groveling.
Yeah, she's really good at groveling.
She tries really, really hard. She's really good at groveling. And she's good at being uncomfortable often,
She really is. So this could be the perfect boulder for her, honestly. I think she'll probably find that feet first beta quickly as well. I think that she'll naturally just flow into it.
Really, really strong, too. Physically,
Yes.
maybe one of our strongest women in finals.
Well, and one of the climbers actually that's been an athlete in the past in other sports, like a lot of these women and men that are competing have really only climbed, but she's done a lot of other sports.
Look at that.
Including
The
swimming,
foot on
running.
top of the foot.
Yeah, that's a good
That's
stack.
smart. Up and
Nice
up.
little stack.
Make the foot fit better.
There we go. She's got her knee in there. Oh, she's chalking now, so.
Everyone else has made this section look not this chill.
Got a nice little knee bar rest. She's really smart.
Very French. Which checks.
Just gotta figure out how to get to that other side now. She should either flip that right hand now or just keep going. Oh, good effort. I almost think she might have been better off to flip it and then go.
Because then you're able to press, and the thumb, you get so much control in your thumb. If you can have your thumb on opposing something, then you can push and pull. And so if you're ever, for me, like putting my thumb on is really important, especially for just like navigating around holds.
Super important. And in that position she was in, it was like more of a cupping position, so it kind of throws your balance off. So any sudden movement will just kind of teeter you off of the wall, which is exactly what happened. We were talking to Chloe earlier, so let's hear a little bit about how she gets through these tough moments in competitions.
Yeah, I think when the first boulder goes well, it's important to keep that energy going and keep being excited and confident. But when a boulder goes badly, you know, the next boulder is completely different. And so your performance on the prior boulder really shouldn't affect the next boulder anyways. So just go in it with a clear head and do your best on that one.
Really good outlook from Chloe Koskoy. Again, into that heel toe cam stack that she created. Trying to get back into that knee bar.
It's so burly. It's like lifting
Very
the bus
burly.
off the baby. And then she just, it's burly, but she's able to make this rest work to give her biceps a rest because this boulder's so physical. This honestly might be the most physical boulder the girls have.
Perfect. Oh no! She
Slow-mo.
slipped out of it. I guess that is a pretty awkward position there when your knee is still up that high. And then she has to take it out, kind of losing all of the weight that she had lifted off of her arms. And it's like suddenly happening. So maybe that isn't the best. I almost think she needs to just take her knee out. Like she needs to do the rest thing, which I think is a good idea. Because it is kind of taxing at the beginning. Or not the beginning, but just that footwork.
Yeah.
Or the
She's, like,
foot
getting
first thing.
In her own way.
Yeah.
But I'm so into this double toe cam. This is
it's
sick.
great. Yeah, after this she can take a couple shakes, but then she needs to take the knee out early. Put that right foot on.
Oh, right. That's nice.
Yeah, but that's what she did last time, though, and just kind of slipped out of it. Good effort, though, for Chloe Koskoy. So there you see her score zone on that first attempt. So we'll take a quick look at the standings after the first boulder for the women. In fact, they all have the same score, and
it's exactly
they're in the same order that they came in at because it goes back to count back. So they'll have to kind of create more separation and get more points on the board.
It's almost like a
on
fresh
that next
start.
boulder.
Yeah.
Since 1966, we have viewed walls not as obstacles, but as opportunities. From the big walls of Yosemite to the high peaks of the Himalaya, we were searching for a personal kind of freedom. In this pursuit, we found a community, strengthened by different stories, experiences, and perspectives. This community has shown us that the only way forward is together.
better to do. Might as well go climbing, right?
Remember when no dream was too big? And you could fearlessly face the unknown. You still can. When you have a rock you can depend on for life, you'll be unstoppable. Like the millions of people who rely on Prudential for financial planning and investing. Who's your rock?
And we're back with a special guest with us today in the booth, Miss Cece Kopf. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Do you want to tell us how you felt in the semifinal round today? You looked great.
Would you like to
by the
relive
way?
that?
Oh, man.
I mean, she climbed well, though.
Well, amazing.
Yes.
You actually climbed phenomenally.
Yeah.
One spot out of finals, I think. Yeah, you climbed awesome.
It's
That's
a
the
tough
best I've
spot to
seen
be,
you. Yeah.
but I was super proud of my climbing and really proud of my mental performance. That's something I've put a lot of work into over the last few months, so to feel that come together a little bit is like, oh, so good.
Yeah, awesome.
And every experience is another learning experience and more progression on your journey. So you got to take away the positives, and you absolutely crushed today. 7th is obviously really hard. We've all been there.
I've been there several times.
So we know how you
7
feel.
times in a row, actually.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
But you'll be able to do our Salt Lake World Cups
Hopefully,
too. So
yeah.
that'll be really cool.
So Quinn Mason stepping up on women's number 2, which this first move I'm really interested to see what happens because there are a couple ways you can go about it. She's choosing a more dynamic method, which honestly seems like the better, more efficient way to do it. We'll have to see how she adjusts. What did you think when you looked at this, Cece?
It looks like one of those boulders where if you choose something and commit to it, it might work. Because you're right, it looks like there's a lot of options.
That's one of them.
Yeah,
That is
that's
one of them.
So when you get a boulder like that, you really have to choose and you really have to believe that it's going to work the way that you see it. And often, if you really believe and you really try hard, it does.
Yeah, but you definitely cannot go into it without that 100% attack mode. It's very important. I'm actually interested to see if she'll try that again or try something else, actually, because she really went for it on the last one, but didn't really. Yeah, which that's the other one of the methods, and I think that looked better for her personally.
It did. She got a lot higher on that black hold, so better position to be in to hold on to it.
Much better position.
Less sketchy on the shoulder too. I really hate those shoulder plant moves personally, but
so painful. Oh, so close, just a little bit off to the side.
That was even different than
coordination.
that was even different than her second attempt where she just doubled. She pulled the foot up on that one as well.
Oh, I think she tried to pull the foot up on that other one as well. It just she did a much better job of it this time. There we go. Nicely done.
Now the question is whether they match the crimp or cross.
Right into the cross, yeah. And the heel hook back to the match. We were talking about this earlier because, a lot of the women in this competition love to match crimps.
Yeah.
Now, after that, I do think she might try to commit to the cross because though that match looks possible, it's nasty.
Quick replay. Quick replay for you guys. Sticking that first move. That is the method I think I would try to go with.
Yeah, and the way she pulled the foot up that time too was so aggressive and 100% commitment. The other thing is she wasn't really like trying to catch it on the hold. She just was throwing it up as she was jumping, and I think that made all the difference. Oh, going back to the crimp method. Oh wait, this is still the replay. I'm sorry. It looked like a different shot for a second.
Nice to repeat that low percentage move again as well. That's always tricky to do. Quinn's really good at learning, so not surprising that she did it again.
Nicely done.
Really, that was really pretty.
Really good execution too to realize that she needed to bring that heel down in order to make that cross happen. Now an insecure finish here. See if she can get up there. Nice, just needs to get that other hand. Nice job. And the first top of the competition for Quinn Mason. Really nice climbing.
really, really
That
nice.
was rad. Yeah, she made that look really, the middle was really, really nice.
Really nice. I also like how she got that toe hook. I was talking to Ian earlier about that. I was like, the right foot, what do you think's going to happen? He's like, well, it might just dangle there. I don't know. I was like, huh, it's never really what you want, just to be dangling.
Adrian has really impressed me this year. Her performances have been so consistent, and she is just on fire every round she participates in. It's awesome to see.
I'm happy you brought that up because we've actually been talking about that a lot. She's grown so much from last year at this competition to now.
Yes.
It's incredible to see. And one thing I mentioned to her earlier was it's also a confidence. Like, she looks so comfortable and confident out there. And, you know, this isn't an easy thing to do.
Not at all.
Consistently in finals at both nationals and here at team trials too, which is really cool and impressive.
Yeah, I think we can all attest to say how difficult that is.
It's very hard.
Yeah. Bouldering especially is the discipline that it's hardest to be consistent in.
Oh, wow.
Kind of like a combined static dynamic method, which might work. It would be very strenuous though, and especially after that first boulder being so physical. I'm not sure if you want to move back into another highly physical movement when there's other options.
The fatigue built up at this point, I think, is significant as well. I know all of us were talking about how wrecked we were after the qualifier.
Oh, dang.
Usually, I feel like the qualifier round isn't as physical as it was, but this competition, the qualifier was super hard, so we all ended that day very, very tired, and adding the semifinal onto that, I mean, it was earlier this morning. Adrian's climbing just a few hours later. That's some significant fatigue.
And not even just the fatigue on your muscles, but also your guys' skin. How's your skin doing?
Pretty bad. I've got a couple Band-Aids on right now, not gonna lie. I'm trying to grow some back for lead climbing in a few days.
Now, give us a little look at your fingers. The camera's over there.
There it is. This one.
There's Band-Aid.
Got a flapper there, you know. Busted my nail during qualifiers.
The nail bust, that's the worst. So I can't do gel anymore on my fingernails. It messes up the strength of them.
Adrian keeps trying this static method.
Yeah, she's really committed to not jumping.
And honestly, she's a good jumper. So I'm a little surprised, but I don't think she's realized that she can just jump to the hold with her hands. I think she thinks it's that flip press thing, and that does not look like a good method. I mean, not a bad method. It looks like a hard method, and it's scary, like you said. Shoulder injuries are very prevalent in climbing, so you never want to put yourself in that position. Ooh, that
it's a little more
actually
dynamic.
looked better. She grabbed, like, she was like crimping on the left side of that terrible sloper. Oh, that was really close. I mean,
she has a minute. If she can get up a little higher on that, she
yeah.
might be able to hold it. And then more pressing on the
and she can just get the zone quickly, so at least to get a zone there. I mean, this is definitely a moment where, like, everyone heard the crowd go wild for Quinn, so they all know at this point that she topped this boulder. Back to that original method. Oh, yeah, she looked pretty close there. That's another thing, like, you can find yourself getting trapped in trying something because it just feels so close. But in reality, you might want to...
There we go.
That was even better.
Oh, no.
Now she knows, and
with 25 seconds.
I know.
That's
Panic.
the worst. Yeah, totally.
Oh, no.
She can do it. But this, like, the time countdown is so mentally tricky to stay composed.
And that move over and over again is definitely going to sap your energy.
And skin.
Yes. Luckily, at least the left hand flips, so you're not actually putting any pressure on the skin again. Oh, that was even closer. That was, what was that, like 10 tries in a row? That was a serious rapid fire moment there. 12 attempts on that one.
Luckily, with the World Cup format final, she does get a little bit more rest. You maybe would never want to try 12 times in a row in a 5-on, 5-off format. But Adrian will go to the back and wait through the rest of the competitors until the third boulder. So that's always a positive to kind of trying more times during the final.
Definitely something to remember, because in terms of your strategy, it makes more sense. Maya Madeir getting ready to step up for her first attempt on women's number 2. See if she's
someone who's struggled with a shoulder injury in the past, so I'm not sure which one it is, but the press might be a little intimidating for her.
And even yesterday after qualifiers, she's talking about how her pec was kind of bothering her, so that's another area that would be affected by if you're trying to do that kind of that press catch movement. She's a tester,
Yeah,
for sure.
definitely. She built up her momentum nice there, though, by like taking off the right arm and swinging it behind her.
Yeah, that was a good idea.
I feel like in a move like that, off of the double undercling, you can feel so stuck in terms of generating any momentum upwards. So finding some way to do that is really helpful.
I just was like swinging along with her.
Yeah.
So we're going to hear a few words from Maya about being in front of a crowd again.
I feel like the general, consensus is that it's not a great tactic to get caught up in how other people are doing, because, I can only affect my own climbing. So I do try to focus on what I'm doing, but I definitely am paying attention. I know a lot of times based on the crowd's reaction, who's done what boulder. Sometimes you even know how many tries. So yeah, it is information that I definitely consider.
Really interesting thoughts there from Maya as she was able to stick that first move, slipped off of the zone, but I will say that stick was really solid. I think she can do it again, no problem. And now she knows that it's an okay movement and it's not going to hurt her.
Yeah, she even nodded, gave a little smile when she hit the mat, so you know that she's getting back up there.
I really like this method here with the letting go of the right hand. I mean, we see people do that a lot with their legs to generate and build up that swing, but not as many people do it actually with their hands, or with their arms.
It's a lot less intuitive, but it often works.
This is where we saw Quinn do this. Put her right foot on.
So Quinn went with her left foot to the heel hook, which put her in a nice position, but then made her think she could match, and then eventually she realized that the cross under method was a really good idea, but she had to remember to bring that left foot down. I don't know if Maya has thought about that left foot being the way to get through that section.
Super consistent. That was beautiful.
The way she catches that is amazing.
Really high into the shoulder and locked off, and I think that absorbs that momentum.
There she goes.
It's crazy with the crowd, like what Maya said in her interview, you can hear when you're doing something right when the crowd cheers. So maybe if last time you did it wrong.
That was a great reaction from Maya. I thought Quinn actually might try that dynamic swap like that.
I totally would have.
I would have too. But I was like impressed to see that she didn't. So hopefully Maya realizes that she doesn't have to go dynamically and she can figure out how to just.
There she goes.
Come on. That was incredible. Oh my gosh, wait a second. She has to move so fast.
Rush, but be slow at the same time.
That was insane. Oh my gosh, that was incredible. That was the best buzzer beater I've ever seen in a climbing competition. Now we were talking earlier about getting that crowd hyped, and now they're definitely hyped. Let's take a really quick replay of that climb for Maya.
This was
the right hand. She barely got it on that crimp, and then she had to fly through this finish, which is really insecure to have the confidence to just go up like that and touch that with like 1 second left. That was incredible.
And to have the clock awareness. To know that she had to get the right hand up there just in time.
Oh my gosh, that was insane.
Very nice climbing from Maya.
Exciting.
I love that.
I've never screamed so loud on a broadcast. Like, it I'm usually very composed in that manner, but that was wild.
That will absolutely be our Yeti move of the day.
100%.
I feel like moments like that as a competitor too feel so good.
Yeah.
Oh, they're amazing. Those are the ones that you come back to.
Yes.
You're like, oh, remember that time where everything could have gone wrong, but it still went right?
Yeah.
Ugh. Melina most definitely had to hear the crowd roaring after what just happened with Maya. It looks like she's going to try that same method. I think for her, this is a way that she could definitely do it. She just needs to kind of get her body weight to the right a bit more. She's kind of not getting high enough and over enough.
Yeah, Maya had that right arm really sucked in.
And it keeps it way safer as well.
Because then your pressing arm isn't bent. You can kind of control it more.
Exactly. Now she's not letting go of her arm to get that added swing like we saw Maya do.
But it looks like she's still getting enough hip momentum. She's just working out the nuance now.
100%.
It's closer every time.
And a lot of these coordination moves, that's kind of how it is. You're learning every time you get on the wall, and something clicks a little more each time, and that's what's so cool about it.
And in talking to the setters, they wanted to set a round that was full of risk. Most of these boulders, I would say, are impossible to flash.
Nicely done by Melina Costanza.
I think that's such a cool thing to test in a round like this, like your ability to learn and your ability to progress. And I've seen that on both of the first two boulders so far.
And she just made that match with the right foot up look like
Super
nothing.
Fingers of steel.
Yep. And she's so good at these kind of moves too. Yes. Just gotta get a little bit higher. Needs to get those two hands nicely done. There's plenty of time left on the clock too.
That feels good. I feel like for Melina, she kind of came out knowing she needed this boulder. So to take that one off and to, I don't know, that sets her up well mentally.
It's a hard position to be in, too.
Yes. I mean, there's a lot of pressure there.
Certainly.
I mean, she's like walking out and the crowd's like,
I know.
It's like a different feeling.
It's something I've been impressed with Melina this past season as well, is like her mental composure. Because a lot of times she's been the favorite at a couple of these comps and had that pressure on her, and she has performed.
She delivers. I mean, she's been in the sport for a long time. She's a seasoned competitor, really, really talented athlete who's got has great career stats in general, from youth into the adult circuit or the elite circuit.
And I would say a very bright future.
Oh, 100%. It'll be really cool to see what she does in international competitions, because we haven't seen her do that yet.
Right.
Kylie Cullen going to take her first attempt on women's number 2. Oh. Flipping that left hand to get a little bit of a different... Oh, the first person to flash that move. Wow. Very good. It's going to also go with that crimp matching method. If you can get your, good save. If you can get that right foot in the right position and your hips in the right position, I think that match is not as bad. Wow. And
remember when I said a lot of these boulders would be impossible to flash?
I was just about to say that, but also this last part's very like slab oriented, and slab is something that Kylie generally just crushes.
It's also hard, the pace of this boulder, to go from something so burly and powerful to have to then be subtle, is a really interesting sound move as well.
Nice job by Kylie Cullen there. The first flash on women's number 2, absolutely demolishing it.
She's stoked.
Yes, she is.
That's a really, really impressive
So
flash.
impressive.
That was I honestly, there were no words coming to my mind. I'm just so impressed.
That's a move that you learn too. Like, you give a few goes and then you learn the body position, and she just came out and like
owned it.
Yeah.
I feel like that's something I've been talking to Josh, my coach, about recently, is like not having as many of those test attempts, but really like choosing something, giving 100%, and then saying, okay, I gave it my all. I'm either going to scrap it, or now like I know I need to try something else because that was the best I could do. You know?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good outlook, because attempts are so important. So you really have to make everyone count. So if you can teach yourself to make that something you do all the time. It'll be easier to execute when it matters.
I think that's something that Chloe has been working on as well and like really excels at. So let's see. Here she goes.
Oh, very good. I liked that method too. She did, like we were talking about earlier, she took that right foot off to get a little more swing.
Yes.
And it worked out really well for her.
It's cool to see her back in the final.
Oh, there she goes.
Yeah, it is
she was
really
on the
cool.
podium in, was it 2021?
2020. Yeah, right.
Cool to see her back in the final.
Absolutely. She's been working very, very hard. So, yeah, I mean, it's awesome.
I was going to say, too, she was so devastated at team trials last year when bouldering did not pan out at all for her. She didn't even, like, come close to making the final. So, and she's so capable. So to be here and flashing boulder number 2, it's incredible. She's psyched. That's awesome. You know, there were a lot of years where I felt like a lot of athletes weren't showing so much emotion, whether it was like excitement or disappointment, frustration, happiness, just like pure like psych when they top something and do something amazing. But like this week already, I feel like I've seen so much more emotion from everyone, and it's so much fun to be back in an environment like that. So a quick look at our standings. Got some tops on the board now. Chloe Koskoy and Kylie Cullen still leading the pack, and we're going to go to a quick little break, and we'll be back with them on women's number 3.
We fight the battles no one hears about.
We drop into the middle of firefights to rescue others.
And act as one-man air traffic control towers.
We're the ones who go before all others. Join the fight.
Welcome back, everybody. We're going to take another quick look at those current standings from the women's final. Chloe Koskoy, Kylie Cullen, Melina Costanza, Quinn Mason, Maya Madeira, and Adriana Kiko. We've got tops on the board for 5 of the 6 women. And another difficult, exciting boulder coming up next with a very dynamic start. Well, there's options. You can do it dynamically, or you can try to press and stand up into it, but we'll have to see what the women choose to do on this boulder.
It's great to look out at what we have coming up and see so much fiberglass and so many volumes, because I feel like that's something these athletes will definitely run into on the World Cup circuit, so practice here is huge.
And it's nice that you bring that up, because that was the intention of this final. The route setters really wanted to challenge the climbers in a way that would prepare them for what they would see at the World Cups, and hopefully get climbers who are prepared already to be in those competitions. Quinn choosing that more dynamic method, which is a little more efficient than what she tried on her first attempt.
The sequence here is you get up and then you have to actually drop back down. There's a hold, like an underclink right here on this volume, and then lean across and come into the zone as a shoulder, and then the top section, our chief route setter said was potentially the hardest move in the round for the women.
And the way her body is elongated now, if she does go, she's going to need to bring that leg down if she wants to be in a position where she can stop on the zone hold the way in which you were talking about it. But, I mean, Quinn gets into a lot of positions where you're like, I don't know how you'd get out of that. And then she can. So that time, maybe it didn't work, but I would never doubt her because I've seen it happen. I would think that the route setters are psyched right now, the way these boulders are going. I'm sure after number 1, they probably wish that there was a top, but watching number 2, that was an incredible boulder, and the way it played out was really exciting, and I'm sure that they're looking forward to something similar on this one. Ooh.
No texture on that one.
Good point. I was just about to say that. We see a lot of holds where there is like a black side that is texture and one that's not, but that one actually is all slippery.
This is really nice from Quinn. The tension she creates with her quad there to pull her hand down is really, really clever. And like she's making it look easy, but I know it's not.
It's definitely not hard.
Here she has both feet.
This is totally super easy. Did it in my tennies.
Well, sometimes standing on volumes is easier in your tennies,
Totally.
which is actually really funny. Close up of that really slippery volume there. There's no texture. It's all slippery.
It's like glass, or it
There's
would
a
be
little
like it's
chip
made out
in
of
the
marble.
top that you could maybe hold on to.
Don't give them any ideas.
They can hear us. Nice.
Quinn's definitely learned that kind of start move, and she's nailing it. So that's always a good feeling.
Yeah, I always think when they add in the run-in stands, I think that's a really... I mean, the run-in jumps are cool too, but I actually like the stands better because there's an added element of tension. Oh, she knows what to do now. Just needs to figure out how to get in a better position. She needs to be lower.
Do you think that she should squat?
That's what I was thinking.
Like slowing it down as well could be helpful. I'm not sure how, but
I also wonder if she could kind of match on the right side and at least like kind of position herself to get her foot over first and then go for the crossover.
Here we go.
Lower,
They
lower is
can
better.
hear us.
I guess they're not that far away now that I think about it. Looks like that threw her body position off a little bit.
Quinn's probably wishing she had about 30 more seconds on that to try that squat again.
Really close.
But
That
good
went
attempt.
really fast. That time went fast.
It did.
4 minutes in the
Is
final
fast.
flies by.
You're used to 5. You get 5 in the qualies and 5 in the semis, and that extra minute is massive in terms of another attempt or two.
You do get a preview in the final, so all of these girls took 2 minutes to look at every boulder before the round started, so that is helpful. But whenever I've done a final, I try and get on the wall ASAP just to give myself like the most climbing time possible.
Yeah, I think that preview is what justifies the 4 minutes, but still, maybe it should
doesn't
still be like
make up
4
for
minutes
it.
and 30
Yeah.
seconds or something. 4 is so fast.
Especially with the hold types nowadays, you see athletes brushing after almost every attempt. So, like Adrian's coming out, only 2 people have climbed, or only Quinn has climbed this boulder, but she still is brushing, so that takes some time too.
Yeah.
And when you only have 4 minutes, that 20 seconds of brushing is an attempt, you know?
I know
Which is
AJ
why
and I
it's-
brush way too much.
Way too much. And then I end up running out of time matching boulders, and it sucks.
That's why it's nicer to have, like, when they have actual brushers out there so they can actually brush in between the climbers so that you don't have to worry about doing that, even though, you know, generally people still would want to. She read that really well, and, you know, at this point she knows that she needs to make something happen here because she heard all the screams for people on that last boulder, and she was not one of the ones who topped it. So she's in a position where she needs to make every attempt count, and already off to a really good start.
Adrian's got a lot of composure beyond her years, so like I have no doubt that she can figure something out here.
That was good. This
Very
is her
good.
first go, too, yeah?
And so now this sets her up nicely to then go into this zone hold with her left hand in a much less aggressive way than what would have happened in the position that Quinn was in.
Super patient there as well. Like, I know she was close to the zone from the right, but took her time getting into that shoulder.
Yeah, you really can't rush
when
you're in those movements like that.
It's really hard not to.
Because you're kind of panicking and your heart's racing at the same time. This is another part, though, of the boulder where the balance point is kind of weird, and you have a couple options here. This cross is one of them. Really difficult, but she turned that really well. You see her pressing against that other side. Oh, no.
That would have been an insane save.
And that was, now she's at 2 minutes. She had like 30 seconds of, 15, 20 seconds of breath. Yeah.
I feel like on a boulder like this, she probably knows that she's only going to get one or maybe two more good attempts. So,
especially because the bottom is so slow and takes so much time.
She saved herself.
And that the top is so
there.
physical.
And the feet are really bad, actually, in that position.
Really bad. We went up and looked at that black volume, and it's the slope of it is really, really bad.
The cross method, to me, I feel like makes it harder feet-wise. I feel like, I don't know, when I was looking at it, I would have maybe wanted to match down low and trying to go into that last bit in more of a Gaston position, because I think you could stand on that crimp a little bit better.
Maybe she knows it now. I wonder how the match low would feel.
It might be awkward, though. It's so hard to tell when you're on the ground.
Yeah.
A little close-up of that crimp. It's got good bite, though, on the other side. But maybe for a foot, not as ideal. This is one of those boulders where just the top is so awkward. And you're just like, not breathing. I really like her method here. That's what I was kind of suggesting earlier, that maybe you could get in a position to get that other hold with your left hand first. Get that foot over. Last time she got the foot over before, and I'm not sure. Hopefully she realized that's what she did.
You know she feels the clock now.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's hard to not want to rush these moves to race the clock, but you literally can't. Like, you have to be patient.
But zone on her first attempt on that boulder, I think will be very big for her. Still, she's going to need to try to find a top in this round if she wants to have a shot at the podium. But as it goes so far, the only person with a zone on this boulder.
Very good.
Maya Madeira is up next for women's number 3. I feel like she's going to like this boulder.
I was going to say, I feel like if and when she gets up to that top, she's going to really like it. So I want to see her get up there, that's for sure.
Yeah, brushing those volumes specifically is just so necessary, especially that red one. You can see how like caked up it already is.
Throws the brush.
I like
no
that.
Extra time to spare, you know.
That, and it's ankle breaker. You don't come down and land on the brush and suck.
Exactly.
Get it out of there.
Pads are extra squishy here in Kennesaw, so it makes the run up just a little bit harder.
For the run up.
It's like running in quicksand.
I saw you trip a couple times.
Yeah, for sure. I tripped walking over to the wall this morning. I was like,
reading that run and stand really well.
She doesn't want to let go of that right hand as her security blanket.
It's fair. That hold, I mean,
security volume.
The hold that she's on, that little screw on, another giblet, as you would. It's not good at all. It's very slopey. The way she's holding it makes it look like it's actually good, but it's not. Not a bad position.
Adrian snuck her arm under the bottom to match kind of side by side, and Maya ended up with her hand over the top, which I think.
Like you were saying though earlier, if she 100% committed to what she just tried, like there's a chance that that would have worked. I do think the safer method though is the more controlled method of matching and then inching over, kind of like what we saw Adrian do.
Little mistake there by Maya. She ran up and forgot to touch one of her toes, I'm pretty sure. Just got called off by the judge, but it's an easy fix. And in a round like this, I think it's unlikely that it'll come down to attempts, but we'll see.
You just
never want to waste one
into your head too.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to give that away. That one's an interesting one too because you use that right foot to get up there, so you kind of might forget, oh wait, I need to tap it still because I was on it, but can't ever forget about those rules.
I feel like they're doing trickier 4-point starts these days as well. Sometimes establishing is the hardest part of the boulder, and that's always fun.
She just realized, sorry I'm laughing, but she just realized that she had her mask on, and she was like, oh, dang it. She like hit her head really quick. She's like, what am I doing with my mask on?
I mean, as a competitor, this is the first comp in,
since any of the World Cups.
Yeah, since any of the World Cups that we haven't had to wear a mask on the wall, so it's easy to forget.
And you do have to wear it in the chair.
Yes.
So it's kind of an on-off situation.
This is a cool view.
Oh, that?
I like that angle. I don't think that'll work, but it looks cool.
It did
I
look
feel
cool.
like if she was to make that work, she'd really have to squat down with the left and really slow herself down on that crib. Really impressive by Adrian on her flash. Like, that is very, very
I
nice.
was asking her earlier. I feel like she has does a really good job of figuring things out on her first attempt in general, and how she kind of created that in her skill set. Ooh, that was interesting. Again, I don't think it would work, but it was interesting.
No, I agree. I just love that we're sitting here judging.
We're not judging.
I'm judging.
Well, I'm not.
That's not going to work. Don't do that. I love it. I would rather be doing this than competing for sure.
That reminds me of the Salt Lake World Cup when Brooke was climbing and I kept saying, oh, she's doing it wrong, but this is the harder way. She's doing it wrong. And it ended up working, but barely. I think she, for a second, it looked like she was going to try to squat down. I mean, I do think that if any of the climbs, this might be the one where we don't see people get to the zone as much.
That walk across at the bottom is so strenuous.
It's really hard to be in that position. And honestly, the walk across was what I was most worried about for her. That top part, I think she would figure out easily, like you were saying, Cece, but
it is nice to see a boulder that is balanced like this one is, where getting to the zone is hard and getting to the top is hard too.
Yeah, because it's not always like that.
No, it's not always like that, but that's nice in a round like this because of the separation.
I like it.
I think it's clever. It's cool.
And it's nice too that zone, the choice of where the zone hold is clearly a good one. It's always a bummer when the zone hold ends up being kind of on the wrong hold and you're like, ooh, but the next move was really the move.
Yes. And I think it's probably such a tricky thing as a setter to place that zone hold just right.
It is. Setting is one of the hardest jobs in the business. Oh, so she's not really standing up enough. She's trying to kind of hold that first hold.
Without the texture, that's going to be really hard.
I mean, if anyone could do it, she probably could, but there we go. More of that pressing position that time. Looks like she also forgot to take that mask off, but no worries. Everyone's been well conditioned to be able to withstand climbing with a mask.
Yeah,
so
we're all so used to climbing in them in the gym and stuff too. Not wanting to let go of the start hold either.
I feel like Melina might like this walk across. It kind of reminds me of some of the climbs I tried at her gym, Seattle Bouldering Project, or where she is from. They have funky, weird stuff like this all the time.
That's so true.
The Bouldering Projects always have really great settings.
Super great. Especially on the low angle. So.
And they always have like ample low angle to get on too.
Yes.
And so many volumes.
Too much slab.
Oh! Ow! Did she? Okay.
Straight to the back.
We have a few words from Melina about how she assesses her climbing these days in terms of her strengths and weaknesses.
My style, I think that it used to be slab, it used to be a lot more vert, but I think that in general I kind of gravitate toward more of the powerful problems now. I like something that kind of pushes me to my limits physically and mentally, something that's a little bit hard to solve, to problem solve, as well as something that is just going to be extremely taxing and extremely brutal physically, and I think that that combination is one of the things I love the most about climbing.
And we're seeing that here from Melina as she tries to kind of solve this puzzle here. A lot closer that time. You know, that's a crazy amount of tension and barn dooring she is trying to
Hard
hold on
approach.
to. Also,
she does have very strong fingers.
She does, and that first move, she is still like kind of squeezing that start hold instead of kind of pressing up into it a little bit more, which is exerting so much energy.
Yes, pinching into the screw hole on her last attempt. We'll see if she does that again. That's something that honestly sometimes makes the world of difference on holds like that.
Oh, she's so close. And the screw, go ahead.
So tricky there with the angle of that black volume for her foot. Like,
and it's blind. The setters, when they walked us through, they said that because of the red volume, the black foot is blind.
That's something that's so hard to say from back here, but on the wall, I'm sure it makes it
like you really can't see. Yeah.
Though she is getting a really good position each time with her foot. You know, I wonder if she could even just grab it and try to grab the underside of the volume. That might be better. It could create more opposition if she's going to keep going with this method. Oh, God. It sounds like she keeps hitting herself on the wall.
So tricky.
I mean, plenty of time to still get to the zone, and I think that would be huge still.
I'm stressed for her right now.
Don't do that.
Everyone's fingers are sweating. It's fine.
Zone would be big, yeah.
I mean, I think that this might... I mean, this is a really tricky, difficult boulder. You know, when she applies that pressure with her hand, it's like the bolt is small, it just pops out.
Yeah, she pulls her own hand off.
Kylie next. Kylie, of all the people to do this boulder, I mean, she's up there on my list, that's for sure.
Her
slab wizard.
Slab and like coordination is really good. And she trusts her feet so much and really leans into the body positions that might seem awkward. For her, she finds them and just kind of thrives in those positions.
Yes.
She leans into her outstanding climber.
Yes.
Her movement is amazing.
It's very good.
I love watching her too. She really climbs like herself every second she's on the wall, and that's something that's so special to watch.
Yeah, she's not so worried about what maybe the intention was or what you're supposed to do. She just like listens to her body and lets her body figure out what she needs to do to get through the climb. And I mean, it's a big part of why she's been so successful, and she's showing us right now how that happens, just like easily making it through.
So nice there, what she did with her feet to change her balance point on that first, like, kind of drop down into the red volume.
You haven't seen anyone else do it that way.
And it looked
smooth. Like
easy. Question mark?
Like butter.
It's also important to lean into, like, your dimensions of... Like, for example, she has longer arms, right? She is a +5, so she'll be able to be in that position and reach down with her foot because she's not so spanned there. And, I mean, you need to know your body and know where you can use things to your advantage, and that's another thing I think she does really well. It's not like she's, like, constantly trying to reach through things, but when it calls for it, she knows when to turn it on and just make that happen.
She responds to, like, kind of the box that the setters set really, really well.
And you see that a lot where sometimes people fight the boxes or like, you know, when people first start climbing, for example, when they're taller, sometimes they're trying to climb like they're smaller, and it's like, no, but for you, the lower foot might be better.
I feel like that's something that I have had to practice a lot. Maybe you too, AJ, is like, when we get served those smaller boxes, it's like kind of working through that or being really creative.
Definitely
has. Something that's cool about climbing is it goes both ways.
It does.
With the, like, depending on who you are and how you're built, like, different moves climb differently, and that's, I don't know, special. It's cool.
And it keeps it really exciting. People don't do things the same way most of the time. Yeah, sure, they might have certain moves that are done similarly, but there's always going to be something different, and they're going to approach it differently, and it's really awesome to see how creative people can be and what people can do, too. Like, the human body, like, there's so many things that are crazy that we can do.
There she goes for the last one. Very nice.
That method that we were talking about earlier, that could be the way. Now she still has to get her other hand up there.
Oh, yeah.
And that'll be a top for Kylie Cullen. Puts her in a great position, just taking the lead there, and not a lot of attempts as well. She's been very efficient.
She's executing.
You know, she's always been that way, actually. Even when you go back to her as a youth climber, and even her first year competing, like, yes, last year was the first year where she really started doing consistently well, but she had competed prior to that, and you know, she'd have like flashes of boulders, but maybe not top them all. She's always been so good at getting things done in a few amount of tries.
I think that really aided her on the World Cup circuit this past year. She made, I think, every semifinal that she competed in.
Which is so impressive.
And a huge part of that was being really conservative with her attempts and like really efficient.
And executing quickly. It's almost like World Cups try to find like the best flasher.
Sometimes it feels that way, for sure.
Like, can you execute moves you've never seen or rehearsed before on your first attempt? Killian Fischuber was always really good at that.
So good at it.
I love the smile Chloe ran out here with for this boulder.
Yes.
It's good to see her in such a positive mental headspace. I'm sure after topping the second one, she was super psyched, but Chloe climbs her best when she's having fun. So.
100%. It was funny after semis. I was talking to her and she was like, I'm just so excited for preview. I love when I get to do the preview. That's my favorite part of finals.
Yeah, she's like, honestly, she would show up and just do the preview at home. But no, I'm joking.
Lives for the preview.
It is such a cool part of these kinds of competitions.
For many reasons, too, right? It's like cool that you get to see the boulders ahead of time. You get to work through it with your friends. Ooh,
I think maybe the part that Chloe likes the most is she has a really good memory. So when she comes out and looks at the boulders in preview, she can see those same boulders in her head as she visualizes them in the back. So I know from being around her so much that every time she went in the back, she was visualizing herself climbing each one of these climbs.
And that's so important and so powerful, that kind of like mental fortitude and strength. Like visualization sort of manifests
in performance.
Yeah, exactly.
It's cool too because Chloe doesn't. Something else that Chloe does really well is kind of thinking outside of the box. And I mean, she'll try something, and if it doesn't go the right way, she's quick to try something else with just as much commitment and just as much belief. She doesn't really let herself get trapped into like feeling like something has to go one way.
Exactly. And you know what I was just thinking after watching her on her last attempt? I wonder if she could, when she grabs that left hand crimp, instead of staying on the left foot, quickly switch to her right and palm the volume. I feel like that could work really well for Yes, girl, use that reach.
Didn't see that coming.
I like what you're saying there, Megan. With the shuffle step, that sounds like Chloe to me.
Right? Maybe this will be the attempt she tries it, because I don't think that last attempt where she tried to reach through, I don't think that would be the best way. It looks like she might be getting lower than we saw this work for Adrian. Still plenty of time to at least get to the zone. She really has tried something different every time, which is great. Obviously, there's a certain point when you need to stick to one thing, but there is something to be said to being able to get outside of the box.
Yes.
Oh, that was really good.
So close, each different way. I feel like that's something tricky, too.
Still makes me think about what you were saying about the box and how Kylie and Adrian had an easier time with this, and they're both, I think, 5'5" in the box that they fit in here. And Chloe's our tallest climber, and maybe that walk across is just, I don't know, I'm speculating.
Going for that dynamic method that time looked like maybe that was the better option.
Just not enough time.
Really good efforts there from Chloe Koskoy, and still looking like she's having a blast out here in this final. Let's take another look at the women's standings after 3 boulders. Kylie Cullen still in the lead with 2 tops, only person with 2 tops. And we have 1 more boulder to come, so there will be an exciting conclusion to the women's competition after this.
Whether you're alpine climbing or cragging after work, Gnarly Nutrition is here to help you push your possible.
Focus on fueling like you focus on your next set. Fuel with Gnarly Nutrition and push your possible.
It gave me a different perspective on life. Like, I got a lot in common with a lot of different people in here, and we look nothing alike.
Climbing doesn't see any age or gender, and so it really brings people together.
You're learning about other people and cultures and struggles that, like, you would have no idea. The more you know, the more you can help or better understand and not judge.
We had people who could barely speak English, showing up and climbing with other people in one big fairy dust unicorn kind of love fest.
It's not about how you look, no matter your sexuality, no matter your preference, no matter nothing. Everyone's goal is to get to the top.
Welcome back, everyone. A really nice piece there from Prudential, and it's so cool to see the way that climbing can touch so many lives, and it's really a connector for people. Like, you meet someone, you might not even speak the same language, but even climbing can kind of transcend that. It's just really cool to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was a really cool, it's cool that bigger brands are getting into climbing and trying to amplify.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really special sport, and it makes people feel confident and strong in life, and I think if we had more of that, it'd be great. So it's awesome to see the connections happening, and that climbing is for everyone.
Nice steep boulder here to
round it out.
The final.
It's always nice to have an overhanging boulder.
Oh man,
that's your fourth boulder after you've already gone through 4 semifinal boulders today as well.
It was the same case at the national championships back in November. I remember the 4th boulder in the women's final was power, which is very difficult at the end of the day.
At the same time, it's a compliment because the route setters know how strong this field is, and they know that they have to challenge them, and that's what you want. You want to see the athletes challenged and prevail. The last thing we want to see is everybody flashing all of the boulders and feeling like they didn't get to try hard. Awesome job there by Quinn Mason. She read that perfectly, by the way. Is she jamming?
I think she
is.
She was
that was impressive.
We've been practicing.
Oh, you guys have? That's awesome. I like to hear that.
We have, there's some cracks at the local gyms in Salt Lake, so we've done our due diligence to
this is
at
really
least become mediocre.
Yeah.
That skill.
So this move is actually extremely powerful. You just have to commit to kind of standing up into that undercling. Now, if she can find a way to jam here, that would be, 1, so impressive, 2, conserve a lot of energy because this move is, again, another powerful move. But she has plenty of time to try it again. But after 3 boulders, whew. We talked to Quinn earlier, and she kind of mentioned how she keeps her composure during a bouldering round, so let's hear what she had to say about that.
I think that after not doing great on a boulder, it's really easy to freak out. Like, oh no, I didn't do as well as I wanted. I only have 1 more boulder after this. Or you can be like, okay, didn't do as well as I wanted. I have 1 more boulder after this. Time to turn it around. This is my chance. And it's just there's always kind of 2 ways. It's the exact same sentence, and you just phrase it a little different in your head, turn the picture around, and it can make such a big difference. So I think that's what it was for me. It was okay, that wasn't great, but 1 more boulder, here we go, instead of but yeah.
Really wise words from Quinn Mason, and a great outlook for any bouldering round. It's so important. The mindset that you are in really has a huge role in how your performance actually ends up going. So if you can conquer your mind and just stay positive and have that positive outlook, amazing things can happen.
I feel like that's something setters test all the time as well. We call them beat down rounds. where you're, boulder 1 doesn't go well, boulder 2 doesn't go well, boulder 3, and then boulder 4 is the boulder that you need to do to make the next round, whatever. So it's like keeping that composure all the way through the end.
Yeah, if you're going to be successful in competition climbing, it's so necessary. She really needs to commit here. She's indecisive.
On the right foot, too.
You know, I feel like she just wants to figure out a way to not have to do that, so she's kind of committed to that versus just committing to trying to stand up. Because, I get it. It's going to be a hard move, and, you know, I'm sure she's tired at this point, but I think she can do it.
Running out of time as well. That 4 minutes going by so fast on each of these boulders.
So fast. And this jump, honestly, is really powerful. It takes a lot out of you each time. You see her hand starts sliding down, and unfortunately that won't be enough for Quinn Mason on this boulder, but good efforts all around. Really great climbing from her today. And she's still in a great position. She's currently in 4th place, so every point counts. There's going to be a ranking at the end of this, coupled with how you did at Bouldering Nationals, so it's really important.
It's huge. Quinn also has set herself up very well for the combined boulder lead ranking she's the lead national champion, so hopefully in a few days she'll be able to put up another good performance.
Yeah, she's definitely capable of it.
Something to comment on there, Quinn was not awarded the zone on that boulder, so it's kind of a tricky placement.
Interesting.
We talk about that in,
well,
she didn't really touched it a lot, but she never
used it.
She didn't. So the only thing is, and if she did at any time, it's hard to tell from our view if the jam ever worked enough for her to actually use it and get kind of control of it in that way, but that would be really hard to tell. So as far as a judging call goes, it does make sense. But yeah, that's also the worst, touching the zone and not getting, like, you're just trying to figure out how to actually use it and you're never getting control.
Adrian just touched the
black foot.
Oops.
It happens.
But she remembered to take off her mask. So. No, interesting zones like that. Those are always a tough judging call, and it's something we didn't always have in USA Climbing, was that use it kind of rule.
Yeah.
I remember back in the day being taller than everybody else and touching as many pointed holds as we possibly can.
I mean, in reality, a lot of us still do that just because out of habit of like, oh, I would like to get control of this, even though you're not awarded it.
Touch it and make it look like you're using it.
There is a chance for her to appeal that as well. We don't know if that's going to happen or not. So only she knows if she thought she got control.
Right. But I think in general, that rule has been an improvement in
100%.
comp climbing because, yeah, it makes it a little more fair.
Yeah.
Adrian looks to be getting closer to this.
Much better attempt.
Horizontal undercling dyno cross.
This is
just a catch and grab.
What? This is a really powerful jump to an undercling, and then you immediately need to move into standing into another undercling. So it's like
bicep.
This round has been the start with the double tufas, and then boulder 3 we just saw with the undercling too. This is a really bicep-y round.
Did you get a chance to look at what that undercling is? It's hard to tell from back here.
The one she's jumping to?
Yes.
Oh, it's a bucket.
Okay.
It's
but the angle is weird.
It's a weird angle.
Okay.
And again, like what AJ was saying, it's the fact that she has to come into the volume and kind of cup it in that way and kind of compress. That's what's so hard about it. Like I guess if that hold underneath was like a handlebar, then it would be different. But any other hold, really, it's still going to be hard because you have to compress there.
I feel like on a move like that, getting as high as possible would be key. Something that has been helpful for me recently on moves like this is, instead of thinking of jumping over to that undercling hold, jumping up as hard as I possibly can and working out the over a little bit later.
I'm glad you brought that up because I was thinking about that watching her, that she could just use a little more oomph to go up.
Bend in her arm she has when she catches too, the more it can absorb that momentum.
Yes.
You can't just straight arm, it's going to be hard.
Safer her shoulders and biceps are as well, in terms of the possibility of... Ooh. That's interesting. That's really smart.
The volume that her right foot is on is so bad. The slope, the angle of that volume, it's hard to tell. But when we went up in forehand, that the foot is really bad. Like, it would be pretty hard to stand on and walk across.
She's getting really close. I honestly feel like she would need to brush that volume as well. But I mean, she doesn't really have time to do that. She can't waste that time right now. Oh, definitely getting a little bit tired. But gonna run down the clock because this is the last boulder for her. So every attempt counts. Yeah, leave it all out on the floor.
This is when you do it. Boulder 4.
Great efforts from Adrian and Kiko. Not able to get into that jump on the boulder, but
another really final under her belt.
Another final under her belt, and a great showing again. I mean, she got so close to topping number 3.
I'm hoping Maya powers up for this because she's somebody that I feel like if she decides to do it, she'll do it. You
this is definitely a boulder that suits her. She's got she's got so much power.
Love her new haircut too. I don't know, let's talk about
that. Yeah.
So cute. Every time I see her, I just, I'm great.
Totes adorbs.
So extra.
Wow, again. Taking the right arm off just a little bit to build a little bit of that momentum that she needs to get over under the underplane.
Ooh, this is there we go.
Body position is excellent.
It's way better than trying to stand up into it too. She was now this last move is actually really scary too. You have to kind of throw that top hold is really good, but you have to throw yourself over there and really commit. I would go with 2 hands personally.
You sure would.
But the left foot, both feet actually are really bad, so it's hard to even be able to trust those feet there in order to set up and then generate over to the top hold.
I mean, that hold isn't huge.
Well, I mean,
from this angle, but it's good.
It's good.
I would be pooping a brick right now. It's so
She's
terrifying.
trying to size it up and like set herself up right now because it's terrifying. This is a boulder. If I was running, I just wouldn't try the end.
Yeah, totally. Same. I'd be like, oh yeah, someone will do that. If it was on the line, I would do it, but.
Yeah, nice job. A flash from Maya Madeir. She really needed that. That could put her on the podium. Really great timing from her tonight.
That move in the middle into the zone was amazing.
Brilliant.
The way she turned to the side of it so she could lay back it instead of have to underclaim it. Let's watch it one more time here.
So, I mean, honestly, that was a good save on that left hand. It was slipping off, but the setup here for that jump, really committed to it. 2 hands. And it's been awesome to see her be so excited topping these boulders. It's really good day for Maya. Really good couple days already. And there's still lead to come up as well.
So fun to watch.
Efficiency these days. So impressed.
I really like finish moves like that. The kind of sketchy, scary to the giant bucket. It's like
that really
it's
you
heroic.
only want to do if you're in a comp and there is stuff on the line.
Yes.
Like,
but when you do it in a comp, you feel
amazing. Yeah. One day when you want to start running with us, you can learn how it feels to not really want to go through those moves anymore.
For sure.
Melina taking a little bit of a different approach on that first attempt, trying to see if she could just kind of reach into that undercling jug, but definitely not going to be the way to make it happen, but still really smart to explore that option.
Not using the left foot yet. There she finds it, still going for the reach.
I think it's just a little too far to do that.
I feel like Melina has gotten so strong that it could be something tricky to work through where she feels like she can do it that way instead of the jump because I personally think she probably can.
Yeah.
But I don't know, kind of escaping that tunnel vision to find an easier way.
There we go.
Here she goes. There we go.
That was better. I feel like, again, that could use a little bit of a brush.
The top of the volume too, for sure.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I feel like it's getting pretty pretty chalky and slippery, yeah.
Some athletes don't like to brush as much as others. I brush after every attempt. I don't know, maybe it's a waste of time.
I brush a lot. I think maybe I brush too much.
Yeah.
There she goes. Oh, man, so close. And leading into this competition, she is the national champion, so that's a lot of pressure. So we actually talked about that a little bit earlier, so let's hear what she had to say about it.
Coming into the final as the national champion, it definitely feels like there is pressure, but I'm just really excited to get on the problems. I think it's going to be a lot of fun, and all the people that I'm competing with and competing against are really amazing, and I'm just grateful to be here.
And she's currently sitting in 4th right now, and with her national championship win, puts her still in a great position to get one of those 3 spots left on the bouldering team. She's definitely looking like she's getting a little tired, though. I've actually not seen her this tired at all this year.
She's been doing a lot of route training and not much bouldering. And then I think is probably worn down from all the power.
Yeah, I mean, that happened. And that's what's kind of difficult when you have all the disciplines at the same time. Nicely done. Woo, that is left. Yeah. And, you know, I mean, if she can get into the zone here, oh, it's so close.
The way that Maya did this, turning her body, was so smart.
Definitely the best method, but able to make it happen here, Melina, into that zone hold. So she'll have about 35 seconds when she gets set up over here to kind of go for that jump.
Plenty of time, but she should
definitely has to go for it.
There we go.
Nicely done. And a top for Melina Costanza. Had to work really hard to get to that first jump, but absolutely crushes the rest of the boulder. And another great round for her. 2 tops, 3 zones. Puts her in 3rd place right now. So a really good showing there from Melina Costanza.
Very.
Nice replay here of that jump. Really good job at using the wall there and slowing herself down in order to control that jump, and had no hesitation to jump here. It actually made me think back to, was it, oh yeah, Lead Nationals, where she jumped for the finish when she should have actually done it slower, but here it was a great moment. Like, she has no problem committing, so it's really cool to see it play out this way. Yeah. Kylie Cullen taking a second to brush those holds before she gives it her first attempt.
Stoked to see what happens here.
I think for her the hardest part of this boulder will be the first jump. I feel like the rest of it won't give her as much trouble as she finds those body positions really well. But sometimes the jumps can be a little harder than some of the other stuff for her.
She looked a little low there on that attempt, but something I'm sure she'll correct with her next few goes.
And she is still sitting in 1st place, so she's in a great spot right now. Only Chloe.
The worst she can do is 2nd.
Yeah.
It's not a bad place to be, you know?
Sure ain't.
Granted, she doesn't know that, but she has to be feeling good about her performance thus far.
Absolutely. You don't know the exact results, but generally in rounds like this, you have a pretty good
idea. Also, I mean, obviously everyone thinks about results, but also how you feel when you're climbing plays a huge role of how you feel about the whole competition in and of itself.
The more I've been able to kind of reframe that and think less about results and more about my feelings of performance, like the more satisfying and fun it is to compete.
Yeah.
So I think that's something very true.
Yeah, it's really important. I think it helps people have their best performances and do amazing things. Kylie's mom just getting some footage there. You know, film review is so important. There's nothing better than being able to watch what you're doing while you're climbing and learn how to fix things later. Obviously, it's not gonna, they're not gonna get back on these boulders, but just to even see yourself in a competition, see your composure, how you approach attempts, how you approach boulders, I think it's always good to have a chance to look back at that.
Also, climber mom, you know, supporting Kylie, showing up, filming, I'm sure, every attempt. No surprise there.
It's always great to see. Yeah, she's still catching that pretty low.
I feel like with Kylie, we're getting to see how bad that starting volume is.
Yeah.
A couple of the other girls really just stomped on it and made it look like a fat platform, but it's definitely evident that it's not.
Yeah, it's bad. And the hold you're going to is really good, but you have to get in it really deep, and the volume, the corner of the volume is actually pretty bad, so to slow your momentum with that is tricky.
Would you have managed your time any different, either of you? I feel like we're seeing a lot of like rapid fire, attempt after attempt after attempt.
You know, I probably would have, taken
back here in the chair.
a few more breaks, but at the same time, the 4 minutes goes so fast, and you kind of do need to rapid fire, especially on moves like that. It's kind of important to just keep doing, because then your body's learning them more and more, so you kind of up your chances of figuring it out.
I feel like it's always hard to tell whether you need to learn more to do it or whether you need to feel less tired to do it.
I mean, personally, I wouldn't have been able to rapid fire that much. I would have been on the floor dying. So.
That, and I feel like when you rapid fire like that, it's hard to have dominant attempts. Like, you want to up the intensity of your attempts instead of just like try over and over again. So
looks like that'll be it for Kylie Cullen. Great showing here tonight. 2 tops, 3 zones, currently in first. So it'll all depend on what Chloe Koskoy does on this boulder.
I think Chloe is going to be psyched when she comes
take
out.
a dump on this boulder.
Double undercling dyno to an undercling to another dyno. Like,
I mean, look at those biceps. Oh yeah, she's stoked.
She's super stoked. I'm sure when she was reading this, she saw this. She was like, "Oh, my boulder's
like,
number 4."
I wish she got it.
They made that one for me.
They should put a secret mic on her.
I would love the idea. I always thought about that, of like a secret mic or a camera right in front of people's faces when they turn around at the wall. Because I used to remember turning around and like making faces like, "Oh,
totally." I'd be like, "Oh my god, if I got to do that, no way."
I hate this boulder already.
Or like you turn around and you're like, "Crimps, sick."
Just a not so.
Too
This
far
was
to the
interesting.
left,
She
maybe.
wasn't over to the right enough. Yeah. So we've seen a lot of the women not get high enough. She was plenty high, but she didn't get to the right enough. I think where she took off from with her right foot, she could maybe put it out more to kind of set up for that jump a little better.
Chloe definitely brings the intensity in her attempts.
Oh, look who's long enough to get into that.
Oh.
That might work.
It might. I still think that catching it or grabbing it with a straight arm.
Yeah, that's going to
It's
make
gonna
it
be
really hard.
She brushed. I would have brushed the volume, but it's okay. Hopping up for another go. We'll see if she tries to static again or...
Now that volume really needs to be brushed. Look at the streak. I think she's going to go for the jump again.
Yeah. Oh, nope. I feel like she definitely needs to go. I think she should try the jump again. Like, she's definitely capable. At this point, the best she can actually do is second place, so she really needs to figure that part out.
I feel like regardless of the results, this is a boulder that Chloe wants to walk away with a top on because it is her style, and I'm sure she knows she can do it. Here she goes. Oh, I really want to see her try that jump again.
I know. She should commit to trying it that way because she knows it's the method. And I think a lot of athletes get sucked into trying what they think feels safer. And this, as the setter said, like, this round is about risk and just being able to commit to those risky moves and making them work.
Come on, Chloe. Here she goes, a little more dynamic.
Whoa.
Wow, that
Very
was
different.
bold.
We're in the weeds here.
Luckily, a little more dynamic on that attempt. I feel like that gives me hope that she'll try the undercling jump another time, but we'll see. Or maybe she'll stick that crazy shoulder move.
Oh, just under a minute left. Ugh.
A minute is plenty of
time. Ugh.
Lots of people cheering for Chloe tonight. "30 more seconds."
Plenty of time.
So Kylie Cullen will be the winner in the bouldering final for the women. Putting her in a great spot. Awesome timing for her. The best Chloe can do is second, but she can get into this zone.
Oh, so tight on the time.
The spot on the podium is exactly what she wants. I wonder if they're going to give her that zone, actually. I feel like she definitely used it.
I'm sure
I'd be surprised if they didn't. And so, again, there could be an appeal if they didn't get. They did give it to her, so that means that Chloe actually didn't change her standing, though.
Right. I mean, she definitely deserved it.
She deserved it for sure. So that'll put Chloe in fourth, and Kylie Cullen will be your team trials champion in the bouldering. Huge day for Kylie. Awesome performance all around, every round of competition. And here are your final standings, with your podium being Kylie Cullen, Maya Madeir, and Melina Costanza. And we'll see how that all plays out in terms of the national team selection. But great competition all around. So exciting. Amazing climbing from the women.
Maya in the final two boulders was able to jump up from 5th or 6th up to 2nd, which, like we were saying in the beginning, Megan, it's not over till it's over.
Yeah, exactly. You can never count anybody out, and you can never think that your competition is done just because things have gone poorly. And that's what, talking to the athletes, like we've talked about so many times, you got to keep that positive mindset so that you can make things happen in the last hour. We're going to have announcements here soon.
Your top 3 right now. We're not going to make you wait for it. So, without further ado, in 3rd place, let's hear it for Melina Costanza.
Melina Costanza in 3rd place for the bouldering competition for the women. And she won nationals, so putting her in a great spot. Maya Madeir with a 2nd place finish, fighting until the very end.
And then in 1st place, with an unbelievable performance, let's hear it for Kylie Cullen.
Absolutely amazing from Kylie Cullen. Beautiful climbing.
The whole podium have 2 tops each?
Yep.
So it was a 2-top round, and it came down
similar
to
to qualifiers. Giving
So
them
cool.
those harder boulders.
I like that. I think it's fun.
It's always better when they're harder, to be able to
and it's
actually
different
challenge
boulders that were topped.
Yeah, which, I mean, a great round. It's really great setting. Shout out to those route setters. Those final standings again: Kylie Cullen, Maya Madeir, Melina Costanza, Chloe Koskoy, Quinn Mason, and Adriana Kiko. And we'll have to see how it'll all play out in terms of that U.S. team.
Since 1966, we have viewed walls not as obstacles, but as opportunities. From the big walls of Yosemite to the high peaks of the Himalaya, we were searching for a personal kind of freedom. In this pursuit, we found a community, strengthened by different stories, experiences, and perspectives. This community has shown us that the only way forward is together.
Got nothing better to do. Might as well go climbing, right?
Remember when no dream was too big? And you could fearlessly face the unknown. You still can. When you have a rock you can depend on for life, you'll be unstoppable. Like the millions of people who rely on Prudential for financial planning and investing. Who's your rock?
Hey, welcome back, everyone. We're going to have a quick interview with your winner, Kylie Cullen, in a minute. In the meantime, another look at the gym, Stone Summit Kennesaw. Awesome facility for hosting, and a good look at your boulder problems here. And our announcer, Al, getting ready to set up for the dudes. This was a really awesome round to watch. I had a really good time and enjoyed knowing a lot about the boulders. And there's Maya, super excited for her. She's on the podium. Really good shot of making team. And I wish we had those team rankings for you. We don't. I'm very curious myself to know what they are. But Maya, having podiumed at both events, is in a really great place.
It's so complicated this year with the points and the boulder lead combined and everything. We were, I don't know, trying to think about it, and you would need a spreadsheet for sure.
Totally. So the way that it works is nationals was weighted 40% and team trials is weighted 60%-ish. So
and then
both
there's
events count for sure.
And then there's some spots open on the team for boulder lead combined athletes, and some spots left for the specialists. So not only does this aspect of team trials count, but in a few days we have the lead discipline, and that will also factor in to the team selection.
All right, we're going to head over to Megan as she interviews our winner, Kylie.
Kylie, congratulations on winning the women's bouldering final today. Your first team trials win and putting you in a great spot to make it onto the team. How did you feel out there?
I felt amazing, a lot better than I ever have in a comp, and I'm really happy with how I performed today.
I mean, you absolutely crushed it. Coming out, it was funny because we had been talking about the bouldering round being kind of risky and unlikely to be flashing boulders, and then you came out and just absolutely crushed women's number 2. How did you feel after doing that boulder specifically?
I mean, honestly, I kind of felt on top of the world, to be honest. Like, I wasn't expecting it at all.
Well, you looked amazing out there. You looked so natural. It's so fun to watch you climb. Honestly, your understanding of movement is incredible, and I cannot wait to see what you do on the World Cup circuit. Best of luck, and a huge congratulations again.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Awesome to hear from Kylie there. Super excited to see what she does in the World Cup circuit. And really outstanding climbing. And in just a few moments, we'll have the men, so stay tuned. Taking a look at men's problem 1 here. We got a bunch of our athletes here to support Joe Goodacre, Katie Bone, Emily Hurdick, Emma Hunt. Cool to see all these athletes here watching and supporting.
True to the climbing competitions and the community, like athletes always supporting one another. And Quinn taking a second to talk to Josh Larson, the U.S. team coach out of Salt Lake City. They all train together at the TC. So it's nice to have the coaching element here, especially because, I mean, even thinking back to when we were doing a lot of these competitions, coaching for adults wasn't happening that much. So it's so cool to see how there's that support here.
Essentially non-existent.
And Charlie Barron is coming out for men's number 1. This boulder, Alex, when we looked at it earlier, oof, it looks hard. There's so much of it. It's already starting off right off the bat. I remember saying to Ian, how awkward is the establishment of this boulder? And he was like, it's weird. It's really awkward. And Charlie fighting his way through it nicely, but now he has to just jump up, basically slam dunk into that hold, which is exactly what he tried to do, so he's got the right method so far.
Yeah, Ian said getting on the wall was hard and there were going to be some slips, but his slam dunk is exactly right. And then a campus, the end, campus cross to the red and then up to the finish.
Yeah, just extremely difficult. Now, that close-up right now on the zone hold, the left side of it is pretty good, but they're also going to have to throw their hands to the right side. That's not as good. And coming off of that kind of grovelly, wrestly start, to have to go straight into such an explosive move and have to use so much power again to just stay on.
It's really hard to jump out of that position, too, when you're scrunched. It's easier to generate when your legs can be a little straighter. It's really hard to jump out of a ball.
Yeah, and especially for the taller climbers, it'll be interesting because, I mean, Charlie's pretty tall, but it does change things depending on your height, too, in a move like that. If you're a lot smaller for that kind of move, like someone who's in like the 5'5" range, to be exploding out of that position would be a lot easier than if you're anything taller than 5'5".
Totally.
Most of the men in this, or every man in this final is taller than that, so. I will say it's still pretty nice here temperature-wise, which bodes well for all of these athletes to be able to keep doing well on a lot of these holds that are so slopey and very dependent on having better temperatures in order to kind of stay on them. Jeez, it just looks so uncomfortable. And you know what's unfortunate too is the zone hold is so far away, and he had that one attempt, and it was his first attempt, which was great, but he didn't actually get any points.
Right.
Like, you don't get any points for establishing.
Right.
So
Walking
he had to
away
fight
with nothing.
so hard to just get on the boulder.
What's up, Sean?
Sean Bailey, are you still watching?
We miss you.
Come join us.
One minute left for Charlie. He's going to try a couple more times to get that zone, but the setter said establishing is hard, and it looks like it is really strenuous.
Looks like he's in a much better position this time. But again, to set up for that jump, his knees are literally in his chest. How does one explode out of that?
Very good at dynoing. Dynoing is like his thing.
At it.
He's doing all these crazy dyno first ascents around the Southwest and around Utah, so he's very good at dynoing.
Which is a bummer, because I'm sure he came out and looked at this boulder and was like, sick, there's a dyno. And now he's like, oh, I can't generate right now.
Awesome.
What do I do? The emotions you go through during a round. Oh, that was... It looked like he was in a bit of a better position there, but not going to have enough time to get anything else done on that boulder. But there's 3 more to come. Again, exciting to see Charlie Barron in this final, because he's been so close so many times before, literally in 7th place over and over again. So to make it into the final here tonight, it's really exciting, and I'm sure he is ready to show what he's got. Quick look at Luke Muring, another Atlanta local. Really great climbing today from him. Now, he's a little shorter. He's 5'10", so he's a little shorter than Charlie. So we'll see if this start and also getting set up for the jump comes a bit easier to him. I actually think, you know, Zach Gala and Colin Duffy being 5'7", setting up for that jump might be easier, but then the jump itself might end up being harder.
Right. It'll be like a bigger move for them, but they won't be as bunched up.
So it's just like really not obvious how you want to start this. Still trying to figure out what he needs to do to establish. He's still trying to make his first attempt right now. And honestly, it's a good idea, though, to not commit to bringing that...
Right, to waste an attempt.
Yeah.
Until
like
you're very confident in your method.
Which, here we go, that's much...
yeah.
Except for it didn't...
What about a jump start? You think a little hop, the two-legged, whoop, little bunny hop right onto that blue...
That's not a bad idea.
Well, I mean, it's all blue. right onto that blue thing.
There we go. Well, except now you have to do your
That's not what I meant.
Count if you tap. I don't know if you... I guess it doesn't matter. Like, your whole body's on. I know. See, I think you have to tap. Like, does that not... That's a limb. This is actually confusing.
No, we know.
I actually don't know the answer to
It
this one.
has to be a toe or a heel, huh? It has to be a foot.
Foot or a hand.
I really don't think this is the method.
It doesn't really say specifically hand, or I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at the rules again. Definitely a bit of a tricky start, but looks like he found a way to get over there a little better. He rocked over on his heel nicely. He was able to explode. Should being just 1 inch shorter perhaps made it easier for him to get in a position to explode. Another look at that in that frog position.
That's still a horrible position to have to jump out of, but
those
he was
ankles.
A little shallow on catching that basketball.
Also, again, the left side's pretty good, but the right side, there's really not a lot going on there. Another look at that zone hold. Oof. It definitely looks like a difficult hold to be able to hold on to. See if he can get in that position a little easier this time. For him, I think this method is good. It's still a lot. It's so much work and so much on the knees.
That and could use a brush maybe.
Yeah. I really just
Is
don't.
that so?
I mean, he's having a great time at least, but it's always so hard when the first, or just establishing on a boulder, or the first part of a boulder just isn't working.
I know,
it's frustrating, but then honestly it does become somewhat comical as he's kind of cracking up right now because he doesn't know what else to do. And in reality, that's the best outlook to have in a moment like that, because there are 3 other boulders. And if you just get angry, that's only going to make it harder to perform later on.
This I'm excited to watch.
I am too, because I think that he's going to have a good chance of setting up nicely to get into that jump. And I do think the rock over at the beginning won't feel so crazy either, because he's not going to be as bunched up.
It's a limp for some people.
He's not 10 years old like the graphic said. He is 21, actually. It's crazy, actually. We've known so many of these athletes since they were like 12. And now everyone is like 18, 19, 20, 21. I can't believe it. It definitely makes me feel really old. Already onto this boulder a lot easier, like we kind of thought would happen. Just needs to get in a good balanced position to get into that crimp. But now he should see, look, he's bringing his foot up even higher. That's a good first attempt.
Yeah. That was an excellent first attempt. I think that he fits inside this box really nicely.
I am still interested to see. I sometimes feel like too when we're seeing it on a screen, it kind of changes what the hold looks like. So the hold he's going to, it looks so bad on the right side when I'm looking at it on the screen. But I feel like when we were standing under it on the boulder, it looked a little more doable.
Mm-hmm. Your joke maker screaming in the crowd.
See if we can get a little more above it this time. Oh, so that was really good. Really good effort. That right side though, it's really hard. You almost might want to get even higher on the left side to kind of wrap in a way. Another look at that attempt. You see what I mean? Like the right side is so
a little
bad.
too far out too.
Yeah.
If he was like able to pull straight down on it more, I think it would be better.
It's crazy that that move is so difficult because after that you then are going to have to campus to the next hold. So actually without your feet, use just your upper body to get to that next crimp. That's actually really bad after the zone hold. So I mean, when you and I were looking at this earlier, I feel like the only thing we had to say when we walked away, we're like, "Whoa, that's hard." It's just really, really hard.
Totally. And it's no foot, you just
campus.
Yeah.
Though I would like to see someone try to get like a weird hand heel or something. You know, like it's not out of the realm. I could see someone trying it. These men are really strong. I mean, it probably won't work, but like I could see. Granted, a lot of them really like to campus. Now that I think about it, nicely done. He's able to like crimp that right side easily there, but now he's gonna have to match, or he's just gonna cross. Got to keep that tension there. Nice top for Zach Gala. It's definitely the way you want to start a round. And this is where he grew up. This is his home gym. He lives in Salt Lake now. Just moved there recently, so there's a lot of love in the crowd here for Zach Gala.
Hamming it up with the camera too, just like great smile from Gala there.
Up next we have Ben Hanna, another athlete that I think will do well on this boulder because I think he'll be able to generate pretty well off of that start.
We got a great soundbite from Ben giving us what it would mean to him to qualify for the U.S. team.
I mean, I have to. I have to make the World Cup team. There's like no other option but to make the team.
Why does it mean so much to you?
I mean, this has just been kind of like the dream that I've been chasing since I was like 10. I'm like working a really, really long time for this. And it at this point in my life means pretty much everything to me. So there's really no other option but to make the team.
Well, it's showing in the way.
It's really great to hear that passion and dedication from Ben. He's definitely been a climber that's worked really hard. It's been cool to watch his journey, and wow, amazing job getting to that hold. On his
Whoa, great save. Up at the campus. His fingers aren't quite closing on it. It looked like his hand, he didn't hit it quite as well. His hand was opening, but
and going with the left hand sets you up better for the top, but definitely seems a lot harder. Oh, in fact, I think maybe the right hand's better.
Yeah, it looks his
because you
position
could
was better.
establish a better on the right hand with the foot, because that's what Zach did. And another look at that jump, Ben absolutely nailing it, really squeezing hard. So there is like something you can crimp on that right side, kind of falls from that crimp that comes back down, able to save it. I feel like he's really good at saving things on the wall too. I feel like we've seen him do that quite a bit, but here that hand stack.
And then his foot just popped. Yeah, I think he did the same type of move at
Bouldering
Nationals as well, yeah.
So getting to that hold on his first attempt is definitely big. depending on how everybody else does. But he's just gonna have a lie down for a second and reassess what he needs to do there. So the good thing about this is this boulder is only a few moves, and for him, he nailed it on that first attempt, so he knows exactly what he needs to do. So taking the moment to just kind of relax. And again, I was talking about this earlier in semis. When other people are climbing around you, you don't really get a chance to sit down or lay down and like really relax. You're still standing and looking up, which can be tiresome in its own way. So having a chance to just take it all in and reassess, I think it's really smart.
Coming into the third round, and
yeah, they're tired.
24 hours too.
So here we want to take a second to thank everyone who supplies us with these awesome holds on the wall. You see them, all the volumes, the crimps, the pinches, a lot of great brands, Technic, Squadra, EP, Expression, Flathold, Rock City, Cheetah, Blue Pill, Blocks, and A-Grip.
Nice job.
Thank you.
That was great. So many new brands too that were absolutely not around at all when we were climbing. Completely different. It's completely different holds. We used to know all the holds in a competition, and then now they're new brands and new holds that we could have never seen before.
Exactly.
Take it down.
Oh man,
the right hand is the way.
The right hand's way better. Ooh, this is smart though.
Like a gecko.
Oh my gosh, it's literally geckoing. Did we just create another climbing term? The gecko. Gecko.
We already coined the rabbitoo. But I can't be giving away her secrets.
It's definitely disappointing for him to get that far on the boulder and not get the top. But great effort there. Cece Kopp never stops. She never stops. She competed today. She came over here. She just broadcasted with us, and now she's an ISO monitor, always giving back. Great to see her out there doing that. As Ross, go ahead, sorry.
Taller athletes, 6'2". I wonder if he's going to have a hard time
but
getting in and out of that box.
He's really flexible, though, too.
He works on it. He works on it a lot.
So there's a chance that he can find a way around it. Because, yeah, it's not always just dimensions. Like, flexibility does change a lot.
No problem establishing. He actually got on super easy.
And I kind of felt like that jump was, I don't know. I mean, not a bad idea, but yeah, I'm not surprised that he was able to make that work. Got a nice little soundbite from Ross earlier about the format of the competition and how he kind of feels about it.
I really like the format, just the finals format, being able to come in after each boulder and like fully reset, and then you go out to the next climb and you're like totally present, and it's nice to be able to like listen to like a full song in ISO and just totally be in your zone. Yeah, it's just such a game. It's fun to try and like play it and just have a good time with it.
I really like how he referred to the finals format as a game too. It's true, and you gotta like learn how to play this game and solve these puzzles. It's really cool way to look at it.
It is a game, and if you approach it like that, maybe with a little less seriosity,
you might have more fun. And generally, Ross looks like he's having a great time out there. And honestly, this is another one of those times where he's leaning into what actually might work better for him, because he's a little bunched to generate into that jump. Going with the right hand to try to Gaston and press into that zone hold is probably a good idea for him. Definitely looks so hard.
We talked about this when we were sequencing too. Some of the guys maybe
that it could be an option. I'm still so shocked that going with the right hand to the crimp is so much better.
I know, who knew? I thought it would be so much worse.
It's like amazing.
Wow, yeah, I didn't sequence that at all.
No.
And it allowed him that space to like get his heel on.
Exactly. Oh, kind of fell out before he was able to stand up enough to get in the right position there.
That wall is a little steeper. So it's not really slabbed out, so standing up and into the press is going to be a little harder. It is a little overhanging.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell, but I think if you look at that volume, it can help understand that a bit as it's like coming out from the wall. And because they added the volume, and that's what's cool with volumes in general, you can kind of change the angles of the wall, and so you're kind of creating more of a slab effect at the start, but then after that it disappears, so you are getting pushed back.
Under a minute left here for Ross. Still plenty of time to stick at least to the zone. This is only really a 2-move boulder, and here you can get a view of how steep the wall is. So even though the foot protrudes a lot, it is really hard to sort of stand up on.
Yeah, really difficult. Oh, amazing! That alone was worth it to keep going. I mean, he could technically, if he moves fast enough, he could maybe not now, but but hey, that was, I mean, this is again one of those moments where you have to keep trying.
And getting zone is going to be worth it.
Huge. Absolutely huge. Great effort there by Ross Fulkerson, getting the zone at the final hour. Or minute. Second. Sorry. I've given up. I don't care if I snort on the live stream anymore. I've decided it's who I am. Colin Duffy stepping out. The Olympian Colin Duffy, only 18 years old and an Olympian. Gosh, such a bright future ahead, and already laser focused on this first boulder problem for the men. Another one who I think will not have an issue getting into that position to set up for the jump, and he's super powerful, so like Zach and Ben should be able to stick the jump no problem.
He qualified low, and I think that really
lit a fire under him.
Yeah, exactly. Inspired him to bring it in semis and finals. Really wrestling with the start here. The 3-finger drag.
That leg wrap underneath with his right leg was really smart. Oh, just not high enough on that left side.
It was his swing back in, actually, that pulled him out. He caught it to swing out, and as he swung back in, it was a...
Yeah, and we have this quick soundbite about qualifying in such a low place into the semifinals from Colin.
It feels great to have a good semis round and come back from my 12th place. I think qualifiers got off to a shaky start. It was like early, and sometimes you just don't have your best round, but was able to come back in semis and feel a little bit more myself, and I'm looking forward to tonight.
Really great perspective, and it's nice to see someone so young have that outlook on climbing. Let's see if he can kind of adjust here on this jump. I think he does need to be a little higher though, because if he's going to hold that swing, it'll make it easier, and nicely done this time. Now let's see if he goes with the right or left hand. That right hand seems like I knew somebody was going to try to do this.
The way
it's
that
not
the
worth
hold
it,
is on, it encourages you to go right-handed.
Oh, I'm going to go left. Needs to get 2 hands on there, and a top for Colin Duffy.
2 tries.
Wow. Yep, that puts him in first place. No surprise there, but really great execution and adjustments by Colin. Wow, and already we're moving on to that second boulder. That came up quick.
Yeah, that went fast. Time flies when you're having fun.
I was about to say. So another look at our standings here. Colin Duffy and Zach Gallo with the only 2 tops so far in the competition. Ben Hanna, Ross Fulkerson, Luke Muring, and Charles Barron follow behind, and we will be right back with men's number 2.
We fight the battles no one hears about.
We drop into the middle of firefights to rescue others.
And act as one-man air traffic control towers. We're the ones who go before all others. Join the fight.
Welcome back, everyone. Another look at these standings. Colin Duffy and Zach Gallo with the only two tops so far, making it quite a close competition. And we have a special guest with us, Chief Route Setter of the bouldering competition, Mr. Ian McIntosh. Welcome to the booth.
Thanks for letting me step in. It's awesome to be part of this event and to see these competitors give it their all, trying to get on the national team.
It's going to be really, really awesome to have your insight, because Megan and I do the best we can about talking about the boulders in the way that you describe them to us, but we haven't touched the holds.
No, we actually didn't touch any of them.
Fondled them a lot.
Did you?
So
I didn't touch
know.
them.
I said he.
Oh, he did. I was like, I didn't touch any.
I didn't want to get my greasy fingers all over it.
And by the way, congrats on that amazing women's round.
Thank you.
So exciting. So, what do you have some thoughts about this men's number 2 boulder? Very different from the first one.
Yeah, we're with all of these rounds, we're just trying to create an environment to let the athletes demonstrate who is most prepared to move on and be part of the U.S. team and move on to international competition. And this particular boulder, we might see it climb pretty slow. You might see athletes express themselves and climb a little faster. We're not really trying to create specific movements, but just situations that are going to test the athletes and force them to make decisions.
And how has it been working with your team? On the screen here, we have a little look at them as they discuss what's going on.
The best. The best. As you know these teams. These weeks, setting weeks are long. 4 or 5, 6 really long days of setting and forerunning, and we have some of the best folks in the country helping us this week.
Yeah, you have a very talented crew, and again, huge congrats on the whole week, or I guess it's only been 2 days so far, but it's a long week coming up, and the boulders have just been incredible, and it's been so cool to see what you've put out there for the athletes. And I also really like how you phrase the fact that the athletes will express themselves if they want to, and it's cool because we were talking about this a little earlier, like the way people just break down boulders and figure out what they want to do and express themselves, it almost is like an art form in a sense.
Very much so, and the way movement has evolved at these competitions the last couple of years, especially with the dynamics involved, you will see athletes do paddles, you'll see athletes go with their feet first, you'll see them go slow, all on the same boulder, in the same round. And
it is so cool that you can never just think one way is going to work for everybody. I mean, even this last boulder that we saw, like so many different ways to figure out just a couple moves even, right? Yeah. You don't even need 5 to 10 moves. You just 2 moves and things can go crazy.
Yeah.
Now, Charlie's definitely having a hard time figuring out how to get to this rockover position, and you were saying, I remember, that this is you said a toe hook on the left would maybe be better, right? And then pressing on the right, but this seems to now be working for him a bit better.
Yeah, toe or heel, regardless, you have to really tremendous amount of body tension on your feet.
Strong save there.
Nice.
That was a crazy save. Those holds, the hold he's on right now, actually, these are the first time I'm seeing those. They're those little crimps they're like almost like a pinch crimp. And I feel like we saw a lot of the athletes kind of not know how to go to those holds earlier. They kind of tricked you.
Exactly. I believe one of those was on the finish of women's
qualifiers.
Semi.
It was semi 3.
Yeah, semi 3.
That one over there.
That one.
When we saw them go to it different ways.
Yeah, and then make it work still, which was so cool. Like kind of what we were talking about before. Oof, man, that was a lot of work to then get so close to get to the zone on that attempt. And basically, getting to that zone hold is probably the hardest part of this boulder, or is the top section going to be a little tricky footwork-wise?
I think it's really going to come down to the individual athlete. Some of them might find the balance part easier. Some might find the bottom easier, depending on their skill set. So, again, trying to create boulders and movements and situations that are well-rounded and really ask a lot of questions.
Yeah, and test everybody in different ways.
Exactly.
And just like at least test everybody, right?
Yeah.
Luke Meering just taking a second to put his shoes on. I was like frantically looking around for the clock for a second to make sure they hadn't started his time yet. Now, you generally set for the bouldering. Is there something about bouldering that you are drawn to more than lead specifically?
Not having to sit on a harness.
But bouldering movement.
Yeah.
You know, it's personal, but the movement involved in the bouldering is just so creative and interesting and captivating. Routes can be that way too, but personally, I prefer the boulders.
It's you can be more playful with the movement because there's multiple attempts, so you can set things that are a little bit more risky. Whereas on a route, you don't really see that happening in setting.
Yeah, you can really push the limits. Come on, Luke.
Yeah, oh man. This part of the boulder just looks so uncomfortable.
It's very, very uncomfortable, and you just have to be patient and just sit through it and gradually work your way over.
You know, I think patience is a theme of the last couple of days in these rounds specifically, and, you know, something that maybe 15 years ago you wouldn't really attribute that word to bouldering as much, but it's really a thing that you need to be good at in these competitions to make sure you're successful, and I feel like it was so prevalent already these last couple days.
Very much so. When you're not on good holds and you have to position to be able to move forward, you just have to be patient and find the right positions.
How do you guys, when you're looking at a blank wall as your canvas, how do you go about, one, trying to set a boulder problem, and two, figuring out how to best sort of, I guess, create these start positions that are, this is crazy.
It's a very creative position. Yeah,
it is.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of different iterations you can do.
I'll be curious to see if they end up succeeding any other method than a left foot out to start. To answer your question, it's so individual. Everyone has either an iterative approach or more of an idea in mind before they get started. But everyone's a little different, and it just depends on whether it's a semi or a final or a quali and what resources are available.
And I feel like a lot of people don't know, but you guys often set all of the boulders together. It's not like one boulder is one person's. It's really a group effort, correct?
Very much a team effort. Often someone will take the lead individually to get the initial skeleton, is what we call it, the initial bones of the boulder on the wall. But within the first hour of someone putting holds on the wall, it very quickly becomes a team effort.
Yeah, which is super awesome, and it also plays to the collaborativeness of climbing in general, right? Just whether you're setting or your competitors, like the way the athletes are reading boulders together, it's just that, I mean, I feel like the sport is just so based in community in general, and it's cool that it applies to every part of the sport. And, when you guys are not working, do you constantly feel like if you're in the gym or you're outside, you're discovering ideas for movements that you would maybe want to set in a competition?
For sure. The outdoors always, and will always inspire.
Like the very, very few times I've ever set, I was definitely like mimicking something that I liked outside. It wasn't for it wasn't like anything like this though. It was like a rock climb.
Yeah, it's a great starting point.
I personally, for me, setting is not something I'm drawn through. I find as a person I'm patient, but when it comes to setting the boulder, I get really frustrated, and I would just rather help forerun and give my opinion.
That's what the team's for, right? If anyone stays too long with their own boulder, it can become frustrating.
That makes sense, yeah. But I also am not good at, like, if I have an idea, watching people do it the other way, it's funny because in the reverse, I like to do things opposite of what maybe is intended, but when someone does it and I've made up the boulder or set it or something, I get frustrated. It's not for me, but I have the highest respect for route setting. I think it's the hardest job at any comp.
So
it is
hard.
the hardest
And
job.
It's the most pressure.
Most pressure, and
like the athletes have pressure, but the route setters are literally like it's the absolute most pressure.
And it's like a thankless job. It's either you do amazing and no one notices, or something happens and everyone notices.
Hates you. Yeah.
What do you feel about that?
I think sometimes people give us a little more control. They think we have a little more control over it than we do. We're really just trying to create a playing field, a fair environment, and let the athletes have their way with it. And sometimes it works out really well, sometimes it doesn't.
Well said. You're so eloquent when you speak. Do you have any disaster stories from competitions that you'd like to share?
Let's watch Zach climb.
I mean, he looks really good right now, actually. He had a bit of a hard time getting into the start, but what a nice facial expression. He's like, wow, that hole just got greasy out of nowhere. He had a good rhythm, though, as he was kind of moving towards that next section.
From the setting perspective, it's so much fun to watch the athletes on the boulders, and also very nerve-wracking.
I can only imagine. You know, this has been a new thing in the past couple years where a lot of the athletes are actually traveling with fans and bringing them out onto the field of play, which is totally allowed in the rules. But it's cool. I like the dedication that, you have to take that in your carry-on. There's a lithium battery. You can't check it. Your stuff's heavier. It's a pretty cool accessory that's been added to the modern climbing.
Sure.
Really nicely into that Gaston there. See if he can get high enough up to get into that crimp. Really have to explode here in a delicate way. Oof. Man. Nice. So much tension. And then that foot he's standing on right now is a dual textured hold, so only a little bit of it has texture and the rest of it is slippery, so he has to be really precise with his footwork here.
It's really fantastic to see the power that Zach demonstrated on the last boulder, and then the technical proficiency that he's working through with right now.
Yeah, it's
a very, very well-rounded climber.
He really is, and it's so cool to see how all of these climbers have really grown into such well-rounded climbers and really just able to handle anything you guys throw at them. And he's reading this so perfectly. Nice top for Zach Bell in front of his hometown.
Local boy. The crowd actually went crazy. I don't know if you at home can hear.
They're freaking out.
There was an eruption.
Wait, did he climb with his mask the whole time?
He did.
Oh. I think he forgot again. This move right here, gosh, that delicate explosiveness. That is I feel like it's hard to even explain how hard that is.
He's one of those climbers, like when we talked, was it yesterday or earlier today? I don't even know. About style and movement and how athletes' individual style and personality comes across in their climbing. And we talked about Carlo Traversi being one, Sean Bailey being another one, and the way that they move is really fun to watch stylistically. And Gala is one of them for me too.
100%.
It was a good demonstration of patience on top of that boulder too.
Very much so. I also love how that's such an aspect of bouldering competitions. You can have a moment where you have to be patient, and then you have to turn it around and be explosive, and then like coordination, and it all can be in one boulder. So you just have to be so not just prepared for each individual boulder you get on, but also within one boulder there can be such diverse movements going on. So you have to just always be ready.
For those athletes moving on to the World Cup, they're only going to see more and more of that varied pace and forced to make decisions in either really patient or explosive ways.
Yeah, and I mean, so much of it does come down to decision making, right? The minute you're indecisive, it's really hard to be successful. You have to really commit to whatever you're going to do, which I think was expressed really well in the women's round. there were a lot of moves where they just really had to commit. If they just were anything less than 100%, they weren't able to make that happen.
Will you be setting for any of the World Cups?
I'm not sure yet this season. Not sure yet. I'm not sure if the decisions have been made. So
Yeah, I think
we'll see.
everyone's still waiting to hear about that. I keep asking my husband about that all the time. I'm like, are you setting? It's like, I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know. Nice body position here that he's in. It looks like he should be able to get over to that Gaston. Oh, didn't go with. He chose a dynamic method. We've seen everybody else so far go with a more static method. So again, there's so many ways you can do boulders and each individual move, and that was a really great example from Ben Hanna.
I like watching Ben climb too.
I do too.
I have a lot of. I guess I have a lot of favorites.
I was about to say, I feel like we could go on and on and on about who we like to watch climb because there are so many people.
Ben climbed so well in Salt Lake City at Nationals a few months ago, and he was so expressive and just came out with so much confidence. It was really cool to see.
Yeah, we were talking about him earlier because there was a long time where he was just off or just missing a final or a semi or whatever, and he was working so hard and trying so hard, and so it's been so cool to see the fruits of his labor in the last couple of years, and that consistency and the confidence and everything that he's been able to make happen. Nice adjustments.
Saw from his soundbite that he wants this.
It shows.
Yeah.
It shows. He's putting the work in.
He said there's no other option but to qualify.
Yeah, it was really beautiful when he said it earlier. I almost cried.
It was actually it was amazing.
Just needs to kind of commit to the stand-up.
And Galahad did it with a little bit of a pop.
And Ben's a little taller, so there's a chance that maybe he could do it without the pop, but it is going to be way more strenuous, kind of like what we were talking about earlier, those slower movements. If you go slower, you actually have to try so much harder a lot of the time, and it really zaps your energy. I also love that Ben always tries to the very end. Mm-hmm. He never walks away from boulders.
110% every attempt.
He tries so hard. It's definitely inspiring.
Yeah, it really is. He might not have enough time to top this, but I think he has enough time if he can climb efficiently enough and fast enough to get to that zone. And right now, that zone would be really big for him. Not going to make it happen. Still 2 more boulders for him to change around that scorecard, but still with that one zone on his first attempt. First attempts are always huge, so it's a great thing to have, even after walking away from a boulder where you don't get a zone. Man, climbing's tough. It's like emotional. It's so emotionally tough. It's like hard to even explain how that would feel, fighting so hard and then still seeing a 0. It's gut-wrenching.
You give everything and walk away with nothing.
So gut-wrenching. I competed in one competition, a Vail World Cup in semifinals. I had the best qualifier round of my life, and in semis, I touched every zone hold and got 0 points.
Oh.
Me and Leah Crane and somebody else, so we were tied for like 17th. It was devastating. And you know, boulders be boulders.
Yeah, right. That's how it is.
Yeah.
You know, Ben will come back and give it his all in the next 2 boulders.
Oh yeah, he is great at turning it around and just like forgetting what happened and just going for it. Really nice start here for Ross Fulkerson. He really understands movement well. We've been talking about that a lot, and he's another one of those who, for himself too, like he's very true to what he feels versus like what he thinks he's supposed to do.
Yeah, he's very decisive, fluid in his movement. When he knows what he needs to do, he's really good at executing.
Yeah, it's really cool to see.
He climbs really confidently too.
Yeah. another loud cheer from Chip Goodacre. Hey, maybe we should bring him into the booth sometime.
So he can yell into the mic.
I really liked what Ross said earlier too. When I was talking to him, he talked about, you know, just enjoying moments and like even before coming to ISO, like taking a little walk before and just kind of relaxing and getting centered before he came into the building. And I think all that stuff is really important in terms of setting yourself up. And we actually have that bite that we could share with everybody. I thought it was pretty cool.
That'd be nice. Yeah, climbing is so mental.
The pressure aspect of competing is definitely an interesting one. I think it helps a lot of the time just to have your own routine and be confident in what you're doing, and I really try to not let any of the things out of my control kind of affect my performance. So even just now I just went for a walk like there's like a nice little walking path right there, and it's good just to be in the sun and be excited to compete. And like I love competing like for myself, and it's just me and the wall. So I think it's about just being like present and focused and enjoying it for why you're doing it. Yeah.
No truer words have ever been said. It's just you and the wall, and it's a great perspective to have in these high pressure situations. Just trying to find that body position that he had earlier on. This is another one of those where it's like you can find it once, but then sometimes you're doing something just a little different each time, and it's hard to get back into it. So what are your thoughts? I mean, there's so many volumes now, a lot of textured holds. How do you feel about people's skin in these competitions?
It takes a beating.
How is your skin?
Right?
It got brutalized. But usually the athletes prepare, they condition their skin, and they climb pretty efficiently. You really start to lose skin when you're sliding off of holds.
Actually, that's a really good point. It's like you're being rewarded for climbing more efficiently, because there's a lot of athletes where they'll finish around and their skin's fine because they just didn't fall a lot. They just didn't slide a lot, and it's kind of like an added part of the game in reality.
It definitely changes the format a little bit too. If you get a blood technical, then
so we don't have blood technicals anymore, so we went to the IFSC rules where if you're bleeding you have to stop the bleeding, and if you can't stop it then they'll so like before we used to give them time
and
to
you
like
don't
fix
get,
it,
your clock doesn't stop,
just keeps going. So if you're bleeding you have to quickly take care of it and have to like stop bleeding through tape or whatever before you can even start climbing again. So when bleeding happens, it's really tricky. And speaking of blood, actually, there's some blood on the hold, so your crew is going to go and take care of that and kind of clean that off, because obviously for sanitary reasons we want it to be nice and clean for every athlete so that we're not sharing germs here. As it is, there's probably sweat all over the wall, which is kind of gross, but you know, that is what it is.
Just a little liquid chalk.
Yeah, alcohol totally kills all the germs. Works out. So now if Ross is bleeding now when he's back behind the wall or in that secondary ISO where he is, he can take care of that and hopefully
try to get it to stop.
Well, not even just get it to stop, but also have to deal with your hands being taped, because definitely makes climbing harder.
Absolutely.
When you have to deal with tape on your hands, because it's always right on your pad. Like we were talking about earlier, the blood just like oozing out, so you need that friction when you're climbing on these very difficult boulders.
Yeah, especially these smaller like crimps, having tape on your fingers, it sort of decreases the sensitivity a little bit. If you want to bear down on something, it just makes it a little more insecure.
And painful. Luckily for the adrenaline and, you know, fighting for those spots on the U.S. team can help you forget about the pain a bit.
Colin could really come out with a big statement here if he does well on this.
That is 100% true. Looks pretty solid like so far.
Muscling through the start a little bit instead of that lean. Gala did this in 4, so we'll see.
Going with that dynamic method.
How many attempts Colin does. Yeah, that was exciting.
I mean, it definitely seems like it could work that way. I don't know. It seems like it might be harder, though.
Likely.
Yeah. And also, that foothold that he's grabbing. That's a flat hold, right? The red foot, I think it is.
I believe it is, yeah.
Yeah, and
flat
for
hold damage
some
control.
reason, falling off flat holds, like, it hurts really bad. They, like, hurt. So to come off like that, you don't want to do that a lot of times. Ooh. So earlier when we were talking to Colin, he kind of had some insights to how he feels when he's out there, even when a crowd's around, and we have that little bite we want to share with everybody.
For me, I don't think having less of a crowd really changes anything. You're so like laser focused on the boulders that it's like the last thing you're thinking of. But I'm looking forward to crowds coming back and having a more exciting environment. But it's still nice for what we have.
Always very laser focused when he's competing. To me, I've always felt like he's the epitome of a competitor. I've never met anybody who loves competing more than him. I mean, he was qualified for the Olympics, and he was still doing more World Cups than he needed to last year just because he just wanted to compete more.
Yikes. Slippery or skin issue too?
Or a bit of both, probably. Looks like he's in a bit of a better position there. It's so funny, I can't even pinpoint what's different, except I can just tell by his demeanor, but it's so hard to even know what's different from when that is sliding and
He's
it's not
trying harder
working.
because he's mad. Totally.
It could be that. You know, so this is interesting. He hasn't even thought about going into that Gaston press and trying to make it more static yet, and I have found that there are times where he does this. He's definitely gotten better at it, but every now and then this kind of thing happens where he gets a little bit of tunnel vision and kind of keeps trying that same thing. The little close-up we just had of that hold that's on the volume, that's not much to grab onto.
Not a good hold. Not a good hold. Come on, Colin.
Oh man, he's trying so hard. I do think, as far as his mental game goes, something like this at this stage in his career, having a hard time getting through this, I think he can come back from it. There was a time when he was much younger. I mean, he's still very young. He's only 18. But there was a time before where he would have had a harder time to come back from something like this. And again, he heard cheers for Zach, so I think he knows that Zach did it. And normally, I think your train of thought would be, okay, Zach did it, but maybe no one else did. It's okay. But I think for Colin, it doesn't matter. If one person did it, he wants to do it too. So he's just very frustrated with the fact that
he'll probably go back into ISO and clear his head and then come back out and drop the hammer.
Exactly. And just kind of what he did after qualifiers.
And that's
Ian,
the kind of athlete he is.
And he totally is. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you so much for putting up these amazing boulders and spending the time and sharing your craft with us.
Thank you. Thanks for inviting me. Enjoy the rest of the comp. It's going to be exciting.
Thank you.
Thank you. You too. Another look at those standings. Zach Galla taking the lead with the only top on men's number 2. Colin Duffy behind him with one less top, and we'll have to see what happens on men's number 3 when we get back.
Whether you're alpine climbing or cragging after work, Gnarly Nutrition is here to help you push your possible.
Focus on fueling like you focus on your next set. Fuel with Gnarly Nutrition and push your possible.
Welcome back to the men's final. Another look at those standings with Zach Galla, hometown hero, leading the pack, followed by Colin Duffy, Ben Hanna, Ross Fulkerson, Luke Meering, and Charlie Barron, who is coming out right now onto the field of play for men's number 3. And it was really cool to talk to him earlier. It's his first final, and he had some great things to say about how pumped he was to be in this final tonight.
It feels great. I've been working pretty hard, and this has been a big goal of mine. So yeah, I'm super psyched to be here. Man, I mean, I moved to Salt Lake City a little over a year ago now, with the goals of making the U.S. team and training in Salt Lake, and yeah, I mean, it would honestly mean everything. I graduated college, and I'm not using my degree right now, so I can focus fully on climbing.
Absolutely love this sight from Charlie Barron. Not using his degree currently, but clearly has a degree in climbing. Right, that was the lamest joke I've ever said. I can't believe I just said that. But hey, it's okay to make corny jokes sometimes. You know, he's had a bit of a rough time in this final, and obviously that's not necessarily how you want your first final to go, but looking at this boulder, I do think he could do something big on it. And I also like how he said he was training pretty hard. I mean, you see him climbing a lot. He trains hard.
Yeah. And his degree is in something like
really
biomechanics
smart,
or something too.
Which he can go back to at any time.
Totally.
That doesn't expire.
We're only halfway through the round too, so with 2 boulders down and 2 to go, 50%.
Anything could happen still.
Exactly.
And we saw that happen with the women's competition tonight, so it's not over till it's over, and keeping that good attitude will take you far.
Right. Maya jumped from 5th to 2nd just with the last boulder alone.
That's wild. There we go.
Oh,
So man, that was a wild fall. I actually remember watching them read this earlier, and I saw him do the hand motion and the foot kick as he was reading it. Another look at that attempt. Crazy, almost hung onto that last hand.
His left hand,
his right hand,
just blew.
Like Cece mentioned earlier, those pads are very squishy, which is great for falls like that. What it scares me for are the falls to your feet.
Right.
Like for ankles and knees, but for any kind of back flop, side flop, belly flop.
Soft pads are ideal for sure.
It seems like for this jump too, if he can kind of stay closer to the wall, because he's kind of coming so far out that if he wants to swing the foot over, it's not going to really work. Just pumping up the crowd right now. Nice to see that. I missed that. You used to do that all the time.
I did.
As did I, actually. Oh, there we go. And see, some people getting the crowd support is all the difference. Let's see if we can make a top here.
Let's go, Charlie.
In a really nice position. It's not a terrible hold, but it's not amazing. 2 hands. Oh gosh, I actually
twice in one day. Well, we didn't quite have a good view of it over here. I don't know.
We actually didn't, so I'm not. They're saying no. Let's take another look at that. He had the one hand on there. Had the second one. I don't know. It's so close. It's really hard to say. You know.
Oh man, that looked like exactly what happened earlier.
I saw, so when he brought the right hand in, his thumb kind of moved a little bit. Had it not moved at all first, I would say yes, but because it did, it kind of kept him in a place of motion a bit longer. So that's something that would deter me, but he's psyched to go again. He definitely has plenty of time. He can move quickly through this boulder. Oh no! Such a good effort.
30 seconds, I think he could still do it. It's 2 moves.
It is a lot of power though to do this move over and over again. Oh my gosh.
He's looking tired.
Dang. That's a heartbreaker for Charlie Barron, but great attitude nonetheless and super fun to watch. Man. So right now still just with one zone and 3 tries. Still one boulder to go, though.
Walking back to ISO with his fan.
Another one of the men bringing out the fan. You don't see the women doing it as much. Some of them do, but it seems to be almost like all of them. Rookie, I've talked to her when she's like, I just got to figure out how to pack my fan still. Gosh. I forgot, too, that they had to pack a rope for this competition still. Mm-hmm. That takes up a lot of space.
It does.
Many sacrifices.
It takes up a lot of space.
I would need 4 bags. So he is actually going to appeal that top. Unlike in the semifinal round, you can finish the round in semifinals and then appeal later. But if you want to make an appeal in the finals round, you have to make it right then and there. So we'll see what happens after that comes back. Luke Marion just kind of sizing up what he needs to do. Sorry. What he needs to do on this boulder. I had a little hiccup pop in there out of nowhere. I think this is one of the more straightforward boulders of the round. And just kind of raw power, finger strength, and then a lot of body control. He did a really good job getting his thumb around on that volume with the right hand. It definitely helped slow him down.
It looked like he jumped a little too far up. So then when you start to swing, that you have to rely way more on the left hand to hold that swing. And the left hand is definitely worse than the right hand from when we were
really bad
sequencing. I keep wanting to say forerunning, but we didn't do it.
It's because normally we do. We just didn't this time. Ooh, really nice. Wow, his leg was like windmilling so hard, but nice stop there. Really good body control.
This looks like the most fun boulder.
It does.
I think just personally.
We were talking about it earlier. Like it could be. I think it could. Like you and I were saying, it could be a women's boulder.
Yeah, for
like
sure.
something that
this could be like
very
an all-gender.
hard.
Yeah,
it could be an all-gender boulder.
Like when we turned around and looked at it, if there hadn't have been a
placard,
you could have guessed that it could have been a hard women's boulder.
Yeah, that finishing hold, it's not the worst hold ever, but you really have to grab it on the left side more. It gets a little better on the left side, and it's super slopey, and so you need to have your body in the right position to be able to get anything out of it and then bring that right hand into match. And then, of course, you know, the slippery part of it only makes it harder. I have actually started trying to like avoid some of the all slippery textured holds when they put them on, like when they add them as a like a little jib addition. Sometimes I'm like, I just might rather not use it at all because otherwise it just makes you slip. See if he can get back up there. I think that was smart to take that much time to rest a bit because that move is so aggressive and really drains your energy.
You really have to get the foot over on that other blue volume. I think a few times they've both tried to just hold the swing, and the thing that has stopped them has been
the foot.
Yeah, the foot.
Like you can't do it without it. I mean, when Luke stuck it, I feel like his right leg came all the way back and around. It's kind of wild. There we go.
Pulled up.
You could just tell like halfway through that it was going to work that time. He just needs to get higher up now. You know what? Charlie matched on the right side, and I feel like he was able to get a little higher. Really good effort there from Luke. Another Atlanta Stone Summit representing here at the team trials. Oh, I'm just now realizing that those two are going back to back. Just kind of nice.
Oh, a little hometown love for 2 boys in a row.
Yeah.
That's cool.
And we got to make sure we keep the audience on their toes, make sure they're taking time. Right to the left of Emma Hunt is Zach Galla's mom, Jenny Gala, and then his dad to the left of her as well. And then Emma Hunt is taking a chance to film Zach. A lot of athletes will give their phone to someone else and have them film them while they're climbing, because again, it's really nice to be able to go back and look at things. And also sometimes you want cool stuff for Instagram.
It comes in super handy for like movement review and like learning, but also if you think that you got something, you can't technically use that video for your appeal, but you can use it to convince yourself if you want to appeal or not.
That's very true, because sometimes you need to be able to see if it's worth it.
Right.
If you go back and review it and you're like, oh, maybe I was wrong. Because when you do make an appeal, there is a cost to it. So it's not like people just throw appeals out left and right. You actually have to have money put down to make that appeal. Another close-up at Zach Gala's parents. They live here still, so they're here watching, and he just moved away to Salt Lake, so it's a good chance to get to spend some extra time with him being at this comp. There we go. That was so cool. He caught the left hand so high, and it created like a little arc as he was going into the right hand and slowed him down so much. Wow.
He's really, really good at moves like this. Not the toe, just put the heel on.
Nice and controlled. Needs to get 2 hands on there, and it's a top. I believe so, at least it looked like it to me. Wow. The camera angle change.
Yeah.
Oh, are they saying no? They gave it to him. I mean, he looked back.
He did, yeah, totally, for sure.
Oh man. Let's get a little replay of that high catch. Oh, that was
nice.
Done so nicely.
It almost looked like it set him up better to hit the foot, taking his left hand off.
100%. And that makes sense, right? Because then your lower body can come in. Oh, come on. What? I think it was.
Definitely.
Mom's super proud of Zach. Awesome job there on that third boulder for the men, as Ben Hanna takes the time to brush off these holds real quick before he gets going. Another athlete who I think could do really well on this boulder. And he definitely needs to get a top here if he wants to stay in a really safe position and get into that podium, and even, getting a chance at first, second, third. Actually, first won't happen because Zach is already way in the lead.
Zach is
but
smashing.
I mean, second is still a possibility. So
I think he really wants to be in that top 3 spot to set him up really nicely to
make the team.
For sure.
Oh, that was a really good first attempt. I think he could just use a little more power on that next one. There we go. Oh my gosh, he kind of did the same thing where he thought maybe he could just hold it without throwing out the foot.
Really nice stick.
That was an awesome adjustment.
I really like that flip and cross too. It saves room to put the heel on because his fingers are already set up to be on the bottom. He's literally heel hooking on his finger right now. That doesn't hurt so bad.
Gosh. That was a really good. That was scary.
Going to this slow is going to be the method. We saw Luke go for it a little fast, and it's not good enough to go to that fast.
And it seems like you want to bring that left foot in to right hand.
The press.
He's like, wait, what? We've seen when Charlie and Zach went to the top, they brought in that left foot too to get them a little higher on the left side of the volume that has a zone.
And then arched over like the right
it pulls you, it pulls you up a bit more, and it's really necessary because, like you said, like going fast to that top hold is not really an option. It's not good enough to just stick it if you're moving fast. smart to take some more time here and kind of reassess. This is a good example of when you have a plan A and you commit to it and it doesn't work, so now you have to take a second to figure out, well, when I get up there again, what is going to work? Because you don't want to be trying to figure it out on the fly. That's like a last resort kind of thing. Wow, really nice. He learned that move quick.
Yeah, to be able to do it twice in a row, too, is really important. It's only a minute left.
We haven't seen many people be able to do that. Usually if they did it once, they...
Sick close-up.
Yeah, it was a really cool close-up.
He needs to just rock over the heel to the right a little more. Sit on it.
A little bit of that self-expression that we're talking about earlier. Oh, man. Not able to make it happen there. Wow, that was so hard. Left hand.
Yeah, you tell him.
I think I try again. Dang. Whoa, Ben Hannah.
Can he see the clock?
No,
okay.
no. Once it got to 12 or 13, he was like, maybe not. Really great efforts, though, from Ben Hannah. 2 zones and 4 attempts. He's still sitting in third right now, but a top would really put him in a more secure spot. Up next, Ross Fulkerson. And specifically, this is an athlete that could kind of change the standings for Ben if he gets a top here, and he's definitely capable of it.
For sure, absolutely. Ross is kind of an executor, and so he can definitely bump up.
And this is a boulder that I think would suit him really well.
It was a boulder that, to me, didn't look that hard, or like it would be that hard for the men, but it's definitely proving, especially the finish, to be significantly harder than I thought.
Yeah. I also think it's just not that obvious to want to bring the other foot in. I think there must be something when you're up there that prevents you from wanting to do that. I'm also maybe second guessing the whole thing that we said that maybe it could also be
right, totally a girls' boulder.
Which I don't mean to say that.
Start.
Oh no, that could be bad.
You forgot to tap where there's 2 pieces of tape
for the feet.
You need 2 feet, 2 limbs.
I mean, I do think Yanya could do this boulder, though.
Yeah, and another invalid start. Yeah, Yanya could totally do this boulder. Are they going to tell him? Aren't they supposed to?
Did they not?
No.
Well, that's weird. No. Okay. As long as we make sure he knows that he didn't do that. Because sometimes you're so laser focused on getting onto the boulder and going that you kind of forget that you need to tap. Also, this is still a newer rule for U.S. competitions. We introduced this last year. So, although a lot of the athletes have a lot of international experience,
there it is.
Still something that you could forget from time to time because it's just become a common thing in the U.S. competitions.
It hasn't been ingrained in your soul yet.
Dark. So on that last attempt, he kind of hit the left side of the crimp, wasn't able to get over to the right enough. There we go. And again, remember, he started bleeding on the last climb, so he is climbing with tape now, which also changes things, especially on those holds. It's just another added challenge. Wow, nicely done by Ross Fulkerson. And I was going to say, I think because he is a bit taller, bringing that left foot in might not be necessary for him because he doesn't need to get up higher in order to get to the top. So again, leaning into what fits him and what his body wants to do and just trusting that and being confident in that.
He actually made the finish look, I think, easier than anyone else.
I agree.
That end looked really smooth.
Yeah, a huge top for him. That moves him up into second place currently.
He was in 6th.
And he was in 6th.
Second to 6th.
Similar to what we saw in the women's.
What did I say? And I love
you know what,
AJ?
Right. You're always right.
Thank you. Thank you. feels good to be right all the time.
You should write a book about it. Colin Duffy brushing off those holds for men's number 3. Another athlete where this boulder problem screams his style.
Yeah,
something
absolutely.
that he loves to do and will excel at. He did not tap. It's funny because he could hear her telling him halfway through, so he actually bailed on his attempt, which is really smart. You don't want to lose extra skin when you know you can't, because he would have just stuck the move right away, because this is a move that he is so good at.
For sure. It is unfortunate that he missed that, but
I mean, he's
1 attempt compared to,
I mean, as long as he doesn't misread the top of this boulder, I don't think it's really going to affect him. I think when it comes to placing the starts, it's not, I don't think that with the route setting they're necessarily thinking, oh, if we put tape here, they might mess up. I think that it just happenstance will happen sometimes. Why did I say happen twice? That doesn't really make sense. 3 fingers over there.
Really different finish sequence. He didn't use the heel at all. He did not want to heel.
And he's a bit smaller, so he was able to kind of backstep and get in between those 2 volumes, which actually looked more secure. And more on your feet. He was able to press on that left-hand crimp. So he got to take some pressure off of his muscles for a second. Really great climbing from Colin Duffy.
I like that little Egyptian.
Yes. And what AJ's referring to is when you kind of drop your knees to get into that position. And here's a look at those standings. Zach Galla is now in the lead with 3 tops. And Colin Duffy now has 2, trying to catch up to Zach. Final problem coming up to determine who will be the champion here at Team Trials.
Since 1966, we have viewed walls not as obstacles, but as opportunities. From the big walls of Yosemite to the high peaks of the Himalaya, we were searching for a personal kind of freedom. In this pursuit, we found a community, strengthened by different stories, experiences, and perspectives. This community has shown us that the only way forward is together.
Got nothing better to do. Might as well go climbing, right?
Remember when no dream was too big? And you could fearlessly face the unknown. You still can. When you have a rock you can depend on for life, you'll be unstoppable. Like the millions of people who rely on Prudential for financial planning and investing. Who's your rock?
Another look at those standings from the men's finals after problem 3. Zach Galla, Colin Duffy, Ross Fulkerson, Ben Hanna, Luke Muring, and Charlie Barron rounding it out. A very low topping round here for the final. Actually, across the board for the men this week, they have not had nearly as many tops in the competition as the women have. Charlie Barron getting psyched for his final boulder. And it would be awesome to see him get a top here.
It would. It would be cool. The 3 boys at the bottom who don't have any tops, it would be really cool to see them get a top. It's really hard to come out in a final round and not top any boulders. It's kind of like soul crushing a little bit.
Although 0 tops, if there's multiple people with 0 tops, it makes you feel a little better. Let's take a look quick at number 3, where he is appealing his finish. And I don't know, AJ. It's so close.
Well,
Such
so
a hard
was the one
call.
this morning, and I would have said no this morning, and they gave it to him, and I think I would say no to this one too, but I'm not a judge. and the judges are
So
very
happy to not be a
experienced.
judge.
Yeah.
Really happy to not be in that role right now. Reading that really well. He just kind of had a foot slip there, but I think he could easily fix that and kind of make it through that section of the boulder. Yeah, man, it's rough. Such a close call.
I know, I'm really curious to see what they will do with this one. It's not that it happened to him twice on the same day, too.
It's really unfortunate for that to happen 2 times. In one day, not even just in like
right, totally. Not
2 days,
in the
3
same
days,
event,
like
but in
one
the
day.
same day.
Nice ballad start there. Getting into nice stem with that drop knee on the right. You see his knees kind of turned into the wall. Helps him get his hips closer and get in a position where he can kind of reach farther
Very
to the left.
Pressy last boulder.
It is.
It's interesting.
Kinda delicate.
Yeah, like which ones they pick to be, like what order they choose to put the boulders in. Like if you want to end on a, yeah, like what kind of boulder, I guess, to put on a good show, like you want to end on. And for me, I think boulder 3 probably would have been super exciting one to end on, but we're still on the first 2 minutes of the first boy on this boulder, so could be amazing.
Yeah, I mean, ending with number 3 though, it might have been better for them to be fresher for 3.
Yeah, for sure.
Like for that boulder as 4, it might have been pushing it a bit, but maybe not. Maybe skin-wise though, I don't know.
That too.
It's a hard call. I do think on that last attempt, he kind of had the right idea. He kind of wanted to get like a drop knee into that volume, but he couldn't quite get his foot there. I think if you could get in that position so that you're stemming between those 2 volumes higher when you're on that red hold, then you could get into the zone slower. But I don't know, it seems really hard. This was another one where I was like, ugh. It
Yeah,
looks
totally.
so confusing. It looks like the body positions are really hard to find. And there's
This
like
for the boys looked like the hardest one to me.
Yeah. There's also that part of kind of getting lucky at times to just kind of sink into positions and find them. Sometimes in a way that like can't even be replicated sometimes.
Right.
He tried to bring that foot up higher last time. He's going to go with the flag. Oh, this looks... Oh, nice. That looks really good.
That was really smooth.
Now, this finish hold isn't amazing, but you can go to it more dynamically. Oh, just came out a little too much. Awesome climbing from Charlie Barron. No top today, but in reality, he got close to tops many times tonight.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, sometimes the scoring doesn't reflect how well people really did climb. I mean, if you look just at the points, it seems like, oh, just zones, no tops. But he did climb very well tonight and got far up on a lot of the boulders. And he does still have an unofficial, or he does still have an appeal going, so his score right now is still unofficial.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm so curious to see what they do with that. That would really shake up his result, for
It
sure.
would definitely shake up his result. In fact, it could change a lot of things. Luke Merring taking a second to brush those brush those red holds that are getting pretty nasty, especially that left one, that left flat hold. Those holds get grimy so fast on the zone hold.
It's almost like the texture that's used is so porous that when the chalk gets packed into it, there's almost like immediately less friction. You know what I'm saying?
Totally picking up what you're throwing down, AJ.
I feel like I'm getting a little nerdy.
It's okay. We welcome that here. And Luke Merring is climbing so well, very efficiently. What he did right now with his back right foot is what Charlie was trying to do originally, but actually getting out of that position could be tricky, but nicely done. See if he takes a slower approach. Nope, gonna go dynamically. Looks like it was a little too far to the right.
And he came out a little too far. That finish hold is, I think, pretty bad.
It's like a slopey crimp. I like to refer to them as slimpers.
Slimper.
So I'm being told that Charlie Barron's appeal was decided to be undetermined. So that means it just goes back to what the judge originally said. So he will not get a top on men's number 3. So the scores right now are official. So unfortunately, he doesn't get that top, but still very great climbing there from Charlie Barron. And it's, you know, I feel like we have a good process here. So it's nice to be able to have that appeals process and then kind of go through all of that. And it's tough to be a judge.
It would be impossible.
But we want more volunteers. So if you want to volunteer for these competitions, and judging is something you love to do, and you want to learn all the rules.
I know we're really selling it.
It's a high pressure job, but you know, some people are made for it. That last move, I just don't know how you would go any slower.
Yeah, that's true. I think the same pace or speed, but just staying as close to the wall as you can, which is hard because those holds are going to make your chest come up. But
oh, that was
really
so
close.
much better. Really close that time. You know, we've talked about the 4 minutes a lot, but I feel like the time is always of the essence in this round. So I think it's smart that he's brushing as quickly as he is, because he doesn't really have that extra time to spare if he wants to get another good attempt. And he knows that he can get back up there and have a shot at the top. So, and for him, again, like a top here would be huge.
Right. It would bump him up significantly.
Back on the wall, Luke Meering on what will likely be his last attempt with only 25 seconds left on the clock. He really does climb through this section so smoothly.
Yeah, he made that look really nice. And
he didn't do the same thing that time.
Right.
He didn't. I don't know if he forgot or just decided to try something different, but really nice round for Luke Meering. It was just a tough round. Low tops in general. No tops for him. We've only had 3 people with tops so far, but still getting far on all of the boulders, just not able to make it happen at the very top, and sometimes that is how it is. So all Zach Gall needs is to get a zone on this boulder, and then he will be the winner.
I'm a big Zach Gallo fan, so I'm rooting for this.
I mean, who isn't?
I know.
Got a lot of great climbers out here, a lot of great humans, so it's cool to see them get to try hard and fight for these spots. And Zach made the final in Salt Lake last year, his first World Cup final, which was huge, and he's definitely capable of doing that again. So I know he wants to have a shot to be in those positions again, and if he can get to that zone, he should be able to make that happen. I mean, there is nothing better than getting to travel internationally and represent your country. I know for us, it's some of our fondest memories.
For sure.
Sometimes some of our fondest memories of each other, even. Getting to do that together.
It's pretty surreal traveling around and representing your country at a World Cup. The level of competition is kind of unprecedented, and the places that you get to go and the people that you get to meet are also, the whole experience is amazing. And I think for these athletes to be able to, oh, there it is, seal the deal. That's the first place.
But of course, he's going to want to take it to the top. Oh, wow. That was insane. And it's just another great showing of the strength. That's something that Zach Galla, he's so much finger strength, so much power. Like, he still almost caught this. He gets it, slips, and then almost holds it anyway.
He would have held it, too. It was just a dry fire.
Yeah. Or, yeah. I was going to say maybe a moist fire, but I don't know. People don't like that word. I don't really want to throw it out there. But
well, you just did.
I know. I couldn't help myself. Plenty of time to give it another attempt. It's always a great way to end the round with a top, especially after having such a great round. You know, sometimes you have to stretch out the hips.
Stretching it out a little bit.
I like that dynamic start.
Oh boy. Yeah, I like that too. It looks easier than starting inside.
Nice and through there again. See if he can nail it. Oh, kept the foot. Look at the tension and a one-arm pull-up there at the end before he matches. Always makes me very nervous. I just flashed back to Manu Cornu losing it at 2016 Paris Nationals, but happy to see Zach get that top there and totally blow this round out of the water.
That was awesome.
Four tops.
We got a shot of his mom. She's so stoked.
Yeah, Jenny Gala is psyched. So psyched and proud of her boy. Awesome climbing from Zach Gala. Serious feats of strength. Absolutely annihilated. It was crazy. And this is a hard round. Really hard round of boulders.
And this is the Gala that I expect though.
Yeah. I mean, he's
I'm
definitely
always
capable
disappointed
always.
when he doesn't do all the boulders.
Yep. It's fair.
Because there you go. They're doable.
You know, I think this round two is pretty interesting in the sense that sometimes there's rounds where boulders don't get tops at all, and everybody, like the Vail World Cup, for example, the men's final, one of the weekends, there were two boulders that people just were barely getting off the start of. The thing is there's that fine little line where still one person could just do all the boulders somehow, and it's just that day it didn't happen, but it doesn't even mean that the boulders were too hard necessarily. It's just it didn't happen that day, because it's still always possible, because this is a round where we're kind of seeing something similar, where so many people aren't getting to zones or tops, but oh wow,
sick,
really awesome.
That was something that Ian said was also totally possible.
Whoa! A flash for Ben Hanna. Talk about big. Whoa!
That was awesome.
And that just moved him up into third place.
It sure did. He's going to be stoked about that. Wow. So impressive.
Incredible.
On your first try. That,
wow.
The fast transition into the left hand of the zone, too, was
so cool. He's like my back now. Falling from the top of these walls.
Dude, my God.
Ugh. Aw.
Hugging it out.
Little camaraderie there. So cool to see everybody support each other.
On the match, yes. Oh, the start. The start. Definitely.
Really big for Ben Hanna, because he was able to come in second at nationals, so if he can hold this standing, that'd be really big for the ranking. But Ross Fulkerson, he could throw him off, because if he gets the top, he would have two tops, and he has to top to get third, so we'll see what happens here. I mean, he's definitely capable of it. It's hard. It's really hard. This boulder is kind of tricky. I actually feel like he might have a harder time with that middle section than the top.
The start.
Yeah, I think the top might be easier for him if he can make it up there. It is kind of a strange start. I like that dynamic method. Nicely into it. Smart to use that giblet.
Totally.
Giblet.
Nice.
Wow.
Really strong.
Oh my gosh. The tension.
Too far out. You really want to stay right under that.
He needed to pull in just a little more. Also, both Zach and Ben kept that right foot. And I think that might be your best bet in order to keep that tension. Plenty of time. Another look there at the kiss and cry, where all the athletes go as they're watching the rest of their competitors finishing the boulders. I think we should rename it to something cooler, but I don't
Hot
know.
seats.
Oh yeah, hot seats.
We got him in the hot seats.
Never mind. It is now referred to as the hot seat.
Loves the kiss and cry. I don't love that.
No, I don't think anybody does.
The hot
Another
seats.
look at the hot seats. Also, those comfy Yeti chairs. They're so nice. Might have to request one of those. Actually, we should be sitting in those right now.
Sure should. It'd be real nice for my tushy. Some of this hard plastic.
Ross pumping up the crowd. Give it another go. Definitely could do it on this attempt.
Now that he knows what that finish hold feels like, too,
he can adjust nicely.
Sure.
The control here. Oh, I was going to say on that other attempt when he came into that Gaston, his right leg came out and you saw him have to pull up with his shoulders. That was impressive tension and body control.
And you keep your upper body like taut, hold the tension in the upper body, and then you can unhinge like your leg, like unhinge from the waist and sort of release that momentum too.
It is a really tiring move, though, so to have to do it for a third time. Oh, there he goes.
A little power scream there.
Yeah, that was awesome. Oh, just fumbles it at the top. He's 30 seconds. He's going to go again. Ooh, we get another buzzer beater. At least you can move quickly through this section. This move, though, is so powerful. Oh, no, he's just so tired. He doesn't want to leave it, but he knows he's just too tired. Great showing there from Ross Fulkerson. Really amazing efforts. And, you know, he's in fourth place, a great position. Still could find a spot, possibly. We'll have to see how that all plays out. Actually, his bouldering result wasn't as great from nationals, so it's probably not looking very good for the team spot. But, you know, like you were saying, we have those Salt Lake World Cups coming up, and we do have extra quota spots for that competition.
Absolutely.
So it all matters.
Do we get to bring 10?
I think it's 10 or something like that.
Don't quote us. We should know. I should know.
Well, I think it is, but there's still like extra things still at play that
for sure
it's too much to get into. Colin Duffy trying to figure out how to start this. He is currently in second. He cannot catch Zach, but a podium spot is great. Actually, I mean, he doesn't really.
I don't think he
have
can
to do anything here. He's going to stay here, but Colin is a competitor through and through, and he's going to want to top this boulder. Yeah, the podium is already set. Zach Gallo will be in first, Colin Duffy second, and Ben Hanna in third. Really great climbing from everyone in the field tonight. And, I mean, I think watching everyone on these boulders, I'm super optimistic going into that World Cup season that some big things are going to be happening.
Yeah, absolutely. This has been a really cool showcase of like what our athletes are able to do on like really hard, awkward, technical, strenuous, cryptic boulders, and I think this is the kind of stuff that they're going to see at World Cups. And the boulders are hard, but so are the World Cup boulders.
Yeah, this is the preparation they need, and it's proof that what everyone's been doing with their training is working. And let's see, what, we're in March?
Yeah.
Just a couple weeks, those first those first World Cups will be happening, so it's a great time to be in this kind of shape. There we go. Now he just has to figure out how to inch his way up a little bit more. Now he's in a better position. Smart. Use that foot as some opposition there.
He's so low on it. That part of the hold is
there
so
he goes.
bad. Yeah.
Should be okay now. Oh.
He doesn't know that he's in second or that
No,
he can't get first or third.
Yeah. In reality, he's in a great spot. He just has no idea. So
Sure.
he's currently frustrated because he thinks that he needs to do this boulder. Slash, I think he just wants to do the boulder. No matter what, he wants to do all the boulders.
Yeah,
so
definitely. He's a competitor.
that's always
Sure.
the case. He just needs to get inched up into that position a bit more. Further right on it this time. There, no, he doesn't like. He needs to get his left hand up first. The right hand is really messing him up. It's putting him in such an awkward position.
I don't know that we've seen anyone go right hand to that
No.
hole yet.
It's definitely not the better way, but he has 20 seconds left to try to get to that zone. I mean, if he gets to the zone, it's not going to make it happen. Definitely not the way that Colin wanted to end this round. He's clearly frustrated, but he will likely feel a little bit better when he finds out he actually ended up in second place. 2 tops in 4 zones.
He's sitting in a great spot.
Yeah, no, he's in an awesome spot, and
it's frustrating to not be able to do something. Like, nobody likes not being able to do something.
Nobody likes it. So another look at our final standings. These are final official results. Zach Galla in first, Colin Duffy second, Ben Hanna third, Ross Fulkerson fourth, Luke Muring fifth, and Charlie Barron sixth. Really amazing climbing from the men today as Al gives the announcement of who placed in what position. This might be one of my favorite bouldering competitions I've seen in a while. This was incredible. Big cheer for Zach Galla in his hometown.
There's his mom taking photos. I think we're getting a real podium, too. This is just the
yeah, we will be doing
pre-podium.
actual awards. We still have to announce the women. We have to announce the team. So we're not leaving. We're just going to have a quick break. And when you come back, you'll find out what Zach Galla thought about how his day went.
Since 1966, we have viewed walls not as obstacles, but as opportunities. From the big walls of Yosemite to the high peaks of the Himalaya, we were searching for a personal kind of freedom. In this pursuit, we found a community, strengthened by different stories, experiences, and perspectives. This community has shown us that the only way forward is together.
Got nothing better to do. Might as well go climbing, right?
Remember when no dream was too big? And you could fearlessly face the unknown. You still can. When you have a rock you can depend on for life, you'll be unstoppable. Like the millions of people who rely on Prudential for financial planning and investing. Who's your rock?
And we're back for the 2022 USA Climbing National Team Trials event presented by YETI. Megan's getting set up to interview our winner, Zach Galla, who absolutely dominated this round. And let's pass it to Megan.
Congratulations, Zach. What an amazing day of climbing for you. And How does it feel to walk away winning this competition in front of your home crowd?
Oh, it's so awesome. I've always loved climbing at this gym, and I'm very familiar with the walls, and having a lot of my friends and people that I know from climbing at Stone Summit out here, it's like feels really good to win in front of this crowd.
Yeah, it was really exciting to see how excited everyone was. Your parents are here tonight. They were clearly so proud of you, and for this competition, there was so much at stake trying to make the U.S. team, and last year you were able to compete in some of the World Cups, and you made your first World Cup final. So what does it mean to you to have the chance to travel and compete at all the international competitions?
Oh, I'm super excited to be able to have a full season this year. Last season I was only able to compete in the Salt Lake World Cups, which was good, and I was able to have a good performance at those. So I'm really excited to hopefully carry that momentum into this season and see what I can do on a full circuit.
Well, it was incredible to watch you climb, and best of luck. Can't wait to watch you on the entire circuit, and that was amazing. I'm just so happy for you.
Yeah, thank you.
Want to run you guys through some super sick sports action with the YETI moves of the day. First one being Kylie Cullen on Boulder 2. Absolutely flashing this move, which was insane. I didn't think the move was flashable. It was really, really, really cool to see. Really impressive when someone can come out and execute a move like that. And then Gala on Boulder 1, sticking that dyno and crossing to the finish, which was a sequence we didn't get to see. And there you guys have it. YETI moves of the day. You can see the crowd is still milling about. We do have awards to come, but that's actually not all that's at stake. We are about to find out who will be on our 2022 U.S. team based on the rankings. So it's not only this event that counts, it's this event plus your national championships. So our podium here, the team could be different than the podium here. Super exciting. I think a lot of people are sticking around to try to find out who those athletes are going to be. I'm excited to find out who those athletes are going to be.
I am so excited to find out who those athletes are going to be. I mean, gosh, so many emotions. It's one thing to be fighting for winning a competition, but then to also make the team and have it go back to how you did before in a different competition. It's a lot on the line. There's so many emotions. It makes the whole thing longer too, like you're invested for longer.
Absolutely. That, and knowing that your performance here directly correlates with whether or not you're going to be on the team, and not knowing exactly how it lines up because the point breakdown is so specific. It's kind of a big mystery for everyone competing here.
Yeah, and it's even hard to like be able to, I don't even know if anyone can really keep track. Like, does anyone have any idea? Are they like calculating right now, freaking out? Who knows?
Doing the math in ISO. If I get 4th place, I can do this. 6th place. We do that.
That alone just stresses me out too much. I can't even do it. I'm like, I'll find out when I find out.
Yeah.
But incredible climbing today. Both men and women did amazing. Kylie Cullen absolutely crushed it. So cool to see her smash like that. Like last year,
insane. This move was
insane. Flashing this boulder. She said she was like on cloud 9 after that. And last year she made team and was in the final, but this time it was different. She's the one to beat, and she was leading the pack, and she handled that so well, and being so young. It was so cool to see her just be able to articulate her climbing that way.
Yeah, last year she was a bit of a surprise to me. I didn't really know her as much as a youth athlete, so for her to make the team last year surprised me, and then watching how she did at the World Cups throughout the year was very impressive. It's hard to make a semifinal World Cup, and she consistently made every single one. Like, it's not only hard to make finals, it's also hard to make semis.
Semis is really difficult. I think people don't give it enough credit.
Yeah. And now, like you said, like she's the one to beat here.
And then Zach Gala today, oh my gosh, hometown hero. So cool to get to see it all come together. When I was just talking to him after the interview, he was like, finally just came together. Like the other rounds I struggled a bit, and tonight it just felt amazing having it all work out. Just executing beautifully, and the crowd just freaking out the whole entire time.
It's been really awesome to see Zach sort of blossom too, especially here in front of his home crowd. I know that his mom is psyched, and he really, like you said, like he really did thrive here. And this is the Gala that we know, and this is the Gala that I think that we can expect.
Yeah, it's so awesome. That smile. Look at how happy he is. It's so nice to see him just so excited. And you know what? He's not even competing in lead. Like bouldering was what he wanted to do. I mean, you have that in and of itself can be very stressful to make that decision, commit to the fact that, oh, I'm going for one discipline. A lot of people are going for two. Right. They're interested in that boulder and lead combined event. And for Zach, he was like, no, I'm just going to do bouldering. That's what I'm going to do. And he made it happen. Really cool to see that come through, especially because, you know, you have goals, but they're not always that easy to achieve.
Absolutely. And we have a few people who are missing. You may have noticed our 4 pre-qualified athletes for Grabatu, Natalia Grossman, Nathaniel Coleman, and Sean Bailey. They already have secured their spots onto the U.S. team. They have buys back due to their international rankings from 2021. So there were 5 spots available on the team, but for both the men and the women, 2 are already taken. The top 2 spots are already taken. So that's top 3 from this event combined with Bouldering Nationals. And so we're about to find that out tonight. So that'll be very exciting to see who the next 3 athletes are that'll round out our team.
And everyone is just waiting on pins and needles to find out if they are that person, if what they did tonight and yesterday and back in November at Nationals will be good enough to give them a chance to be on the team and continue competing internationally this year.
Absolutely. I'm on pins and needles for sure.
I mean, it's a big deal, like we were saying earlier, getting to compete for your country, travel the world, go to new countries and
meet new people, try new boulders.
And those friendships last for a long time. You meet a bunch of people from other countries, and then you can start planning climbing trips with them for years to come.
Exactly.
And it's just having that access and that opportunity to just grow as an athlete and a human. It's a big deal, and it's why everyone fights so hard out there.
Mm-hmm, absolutely. It really is like a different level of competing that I think I'm really excited to see what our athletes can do there this year.
I mean, and I'm very optimistic that it's going to be a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I think
it's been
we've
cool
got
to see
a really good
the
group.
Talent and ability really amplified the last few years. Team USA has leveled up.
They definitely have leveled up, and it's just cool to see how dedicated everyone is as well. Like listening to Ben today or Charlie today, like just really going for it. We talk so much about being able to commit to movements on the wall, but they're also like committing to this future and committing to something they purely feel is their destiny. And even that, like just being able to like realize your dreams and go for your dreams, it's a serious thing, and that's no easy task to commit to, and it's a vulnerable one as well. It's really putting yourself out there, and I think it's really cool that so many of these athletes can do that, and a lot of them being so young as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It is, like you said, it is a very vulnerable place, and I think committing yourself to that without the guarantee or without knowing if it's something that you're going to succeed in is scary.
And speaking of international competitions, again, we do have those back-to-back Salt Lake City World Cups, starting with a Bouldering World Cup, followed by a Paraclimbing World Cup, and then another Bouldering World Cup and a Speed World Cup. It'll be really exciting. Last year was the first time that Salt Lake City hosted those events. I mean, a speed world record went down last year at that event.
It did, it sure did.
And it was so exciting.
It was.
Who knows what'll happen this year?
Right. Back-to-back-to-back World Cups in Salt Lake City. There's world-class outdoor climbing. The venue is going to be a nice grassy, shady park, which I'm excited about.
So excited about the grassy, shady park. It's going to be great. And it's right in the center of the city.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the venue is going to be really awesome, and I think we're moving into awards.
And tickets will be going on sale soon, so check out the USA Climbing website for more information. Now we're ready to crown our champions tonight.
Awards will be presented by Mark Norman, CEO of USA Climbing, Bruce Mitchell, President of the USA Climbing Board, and Daniel Luke, co-owner of Stone Summit. In third place, taking the bronze medal, let's hear it from Alina Costanza. In second place, taking the silver medal, Maya Madere. And in first place, taking the gold medal and winning the 2022 USA Climbing National Team Trials Bouldering discipline. Give it up for Kylie Cullen!
So there you have it, the podium for the 2022 USA Climbing Team Trials in the bouldering discipline. Amazing, amazing performance by all three of these women over the last couple of days. It's no easy feat to end up on one of those podiums.
No, not at all.
The talent is lots of talented
A lot of
climbers.
talent, a lot of work, a lot of rounds, a lot of filming this podium.
All right, ladies, thank you very much.
Really awesome to see those women up there. And I can't wait to see.
And now, if you would please welcome the men's medalists.
First, we're going to have the
Come on down, gentlemen.
men's podium announced.
We got one. Ben Hanna. In third place, taking the bronze medal, Ben Hanna. In second place, taking the silver medal, Colin Duffy. And in first place, taking the gold medal and winning the 2022 USA Climbing National Team Trials Bouldering discipline, let's hear it for Zach Gallo! All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much.
National team for the men's bouldering discipline, including those two men at the bottom, Sean Bailey and Nathaniel Coleman. Rounding out that team will be Ben Hanna, Zach Galla, and Colin Duffy. Great climbing from all three of those men today. I'm sure they're so excited to be able to compete on the World Cup circuit with Sean Bailey and Nathaniel Coleman. Again, another look at that men's bouldering team. Nathaniel Coleman, Sean Bailey, Colin Duffy, Zach Galla, and Ben Hanna. Really, really, really exciting to have the team there. We've got it.
There it is. We see it. We know it.
We
And then
see it. We
let's
know
take a
it's
look
there.
at the women.
So for the women, it'll be Natalia Grossman, Brooke Rabbitoux, Kylie Cullen, Melina Costanza, and Maya Madere. Another great group of athletes that are going to do some big things at the World Cups this season.
This is an outstanding women's team.
It is
I mean,
a
for both the men
strong
and the women.
team.
I'm very excited about seeing what this team is going to
And thank you guys all so much for joining us here today. And please join us for the rest of the week. AJ, thank you so much for joining me here. It's always so much fun to be commentating with you. And make sure you guys join us tomorrow for the speed finals at 6 p.m.
Since 1966, we have viewed walls not as obstacles, but as opportunities. From the big walls of Yosemite to the high peaks of the Himalaya, we were searching for a personal kind of freedom. In this pursuit, we found a community, strengthened by different stories, experiences, and perspectives. This community has shown us that the only way forward is together.
Got nothing better to do. Might as well go climbing, right?
Remember when no dream was too big? And you could fearlessly face the unknown. You still can. When you have a rock you can depend on for life, you'll be unstoppable. Like the millions of people who rely on Prudential for financial planning and investing. Who's your rock?
We fight the battles no one hears about.
We drop into the middle of firefights to rescue others.
And act as one-man air traffic control towers. We're the ones who go before all others. Join the fight.
Whether you're alpine climbing or cragging after work, Gnarly Nutrition is here to help you push your possible.
Focus on fueling like you focus on your next set. Fuel with Gnarly Nutrition and push your possible.